Township Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. We're now starting our public hearings, public comments for our evening session. It will be 3 minutes per person in order to speak. I ask you that you respect that, and you respect that it is 3 minutes. We have 39 people who signed up to speak today. So I will say this, just because you have 3 minutes doesn't mean you have to use all 3 minutes. But I will go down the list that I have before me, and the first speaker we have is Miss Octavia Rainey. And also in advance, please forgive me if I mispronunciate your name. I'm doing the best I can. Miss Rainey.
Good afternoon. My name is Octavia Rainey. I'm here to speak on some disappointing news. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Is her mic on? Okay.
Push it up a little bit. Right here?
Like right, the mic part right in front of your mouth. Yep.
Can you hear me?
That's better.
It's better? That's better? Okay.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Octavia Rainey, and I'm here to speak on some disappointing news. I saw the police chief's report that outlined my neighborhood. I'm going to talk about my neighborhood. That outlined Idlewild to East Edenton Street. You come down Newman Avenue, and you turn up Raleigh Boulevard. Let me start by saying this. I have been an activist for 50 years. I have followed police stats for 50 years. I want to meet with the chief to talk about those stats. I was very disturbed about those stats because the only thing those stats mean is that the city is getting ready to take people's property. They start with the police stats first. Then they do code enforcement. Then they come with the unbiased planning. And then they move in to either take their property by arm's length or use. They're famous that they always use when people refuse to sell. Eminent domain. I want to look at this issue. I'm going to bring the stats that was given to me from over 50 years. And I want that chief to explain to me. I don't see no difference in those stats. But I'm very concerned about those stats because Glenwood South come down here all the time. And they can complain about crime. But I didn't see that in her stats. Wanda Coker sent me the stats first. And then I received the stats from 15 people that's saying, could you meet with us? We want to look over these stats. But I'm bringing my stats too. How did that change? What is this? And I was very disturbed because you make it look like all black people are criminals. Something's wrong with that picture. We are not criminals. We are not. But for 50 years, all you did was use the police stats to prove that the black neighborhoods were criminals. And then you came in and snatched them away. You forced us out, priced us out, shut us out, and taxed us out. I need an explanation now. I want to see those stats, and I want her to bring Glenwood South stats to the table, and I want her to bring all the stats across the city of Raleigh. I want to see the stats, because I'm going to bring the stats that the police department shared with us, and I'm going to go back 50 years. Now, I'm going back 50 years, and I hope she's ready for the ride. I have been with 9 police chiefs, not 1 or 2 now, but 9. Something is wrong with this picture. Something is wrong. You treat black people like second-class people. Something is wrong. You got to show me. You got to make me a believer. I was hurt.
Yes, ma'am. We'll definitely make sure y'all connect. Woody Biggs. Woody Biggs.
Hello. Well, I am back to talk about Glenwood South, crime and noise. Residents were told to call non-police emergency number and file noise complaints when bothered by noise. 2.5 years ago, when I called to file a noise complaint, I requested an officer to come to my house. While in my house, he looked at me and he said, first, I could not sleep in this house with this noise. And second, you are wasting your time calling the police to file a noise complaint call. You need to go to the council. So my neighbor and I did. I'd like an update on when the new noise ordinance will be in effect, as when I was here the first meeting of December, I was told it would be in effect in about 2 months. It's been about 2 months. Regarding crime, in January I spoke about the stabbings, the vandalism, a brutal assault at the corner of Glenwood and Lane, which if you will play the video, and I showed this video, the aftermath of it, last meeting. 2 weekends ago, late at night at the corner of Glenwood and Johnson, there was an incident involving 2 vehicles. A young man got out of his car brandishing a rifle. Fortunately, this time, there was an officer at the site, and the man was arrested. With the increasing violent crime we are seeing, I will be surprised if we do not see a shooting in the near future in Glenwood South. Mayor Baldwin replied to my crime concerns at the first meeting of January, saying that it had been turned over to Police Chief Patterson. I emailed the chief the next morning with my concerns that I expressed at the meeting and wanted to know what is the plan to get a handle on the crime. I would read you her response, but I did not receive one. So that brings me back here. In closing, I would like to share an interaction I had last year with a 30-something-year-old man who grew up in Cameron Park and was returning to Raleigh. I asked where he and his girlfriend wanted to live, as I thought he might want to live near his old stomping grounds. He replied, pretty much anywhere, but nowhere near Glenwood South. He said he had kept up with Raleigh while he was away and said all he heard about Glenwood South was noise and crime. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Robert Allison. Gail.
Another power for him. I know. All right, well, I come up here with a whole different package to speak about. And I got some very discouraging news that I'm really beyond lividly mad about. This is talking to the previous council. Apparently, I've got fraudulent papers from contractors in here, falsified surveys. I've even got letters from environmental scientists right here about the damage that's going to happen to a lot in our neighborhood. And we were told that since our rights were stripped away and given to contractors, instead of the people and the neighborhoods of the people who lived here, this just basically turned to garbage because we've been screwed over so bad. I didn't know this until I started studying. You guys have just seen the birth of an activist. I went through hours, $12,000 in legal fees trying to protect our neighborhood. There's my neighbors right there. And right there's Amy. She was almost killed in the Greenway from the shooter. Her other friend called her as she was walking out the door. She had been there at the same time. Amy saved her life. But the destruction that's going on in Raleigh right now, you do not know how mad I am right now. I've seen drug use go up. 266 people were killed by getting hit by cars last year. Did y'all know that? Thank you, construction. Bikes, people getting killed. Drugs, I've never seen in my life till I got up through here. Prostitutes walking up down 64. Drug addicts stumbling across the road. We got one of the highest fentanyl rates in the United States. When I study, I study. And when I look, and I get facts. Proof of plain out corruption. If the mayor was here right now, I swear I would ask her to resign because she has done nothing but destroyed our communities. And I know, I'm sorry, I'm really mad. You know, we've had, I come here, listen to people going like, but until you get thrown in the middle of it, you don't know what's going on. And I am going to start spreading the word and showing the facts and get down to what's going on here because I love North Carolina. I love Raleigh. I love the people. Thank you.
Brittany Frutrell. Brittany.
Good evening, great people of Raleigh, council members. I'm a believer that prayer changes things. All of the things that are going on here, I read the word a lot, and I know the word of God says, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. So instead of doing a heartfelt speech to you all that I feel will only fall upon deaf ears here at this city council table, I would like to lead the city of Raleigh into a prayer. Father God, we come to you tonight, thanking you for your grace and mercy, thanking you for allowing this assembly to take place tonight. We ask that you stop the rezoning plans for Raleigh and the evil agenda by city officials and developers that are casting good, hardworking citizens out of their homes. Please allow the black people that are sitting on this city council, to not be afraid to stand up and say no to putting affordable housing on faulty land. We ask that you allow plans for a reparations task force that will give land and money back to free slaves and their families that had it stolen from them here in Raleigh. We ask that you soften the mayor's heart and chief of police of Raleigh and let them go and apologize to Yolanda Irving and Kenya Walton for the illegal raid on their home and the guns and trauma that their kids endured. Let this wrong be made right, God. Allow the city to release government funding that is due to the people and expose evil agenda that city officials have to move out, the less fortunate to accommodate the rich. Be with the city of Raleigh, God, come into this city and do a mighty work. Let this city be an example to all cities in America that evil does not prevail and that you are still on the throne. You are mighty God and you are a true God. And I ask that you help the oppressed people here in this city. I ask this prayer in the name of your son, Jesus. Amen.
Eddie Davis. Eddie Davis.
The last time I was here, the clock caught me. This time I'm gonna make sure that doesn't happen. My concern, I'm gonna quickly revisit what I was talking about last time I was here, and that's about rent control. And I was informed that from the mayor that it's against the law. I would like to know why such law was implemented in the state of North Carolina when we got people already homeless. We got people already living in the streets and on tents right down here in downtown Raleigh. Raleigh is going to look like L.A. I was in L.A. last year, and they had so many people living in the downtown area of L.A. It's a shame. and this is supposed to be the richest country in the world. I can't tell. But anyway, what I like to say is I know that this problem is going to have to go further than just the local government, but I'm going to challenge the federal government with this problem as well. So y'all take a good look at this face because you're going to see me again somewhere. But I like to say, I'm going to change the subject a little bit. My wife and I, we was traveling westbound on 440 on January 18th. That was the day after I was here at the last city council meeting. And in the area between Six Forks Road and Glenwood Avenue, that pavement is ripped apart. It's torn. It's so bad, it's ridiculous. A rock flew up and hit my windshield, and there's 16 inches of broken. My windshield is cracked, about 16 inches in it right now. I haven't fixed it yet because it just happened. And it's a shame because I did hear on the news that there was other people prior to this happening to me that didn't already happen to other people. When is this problem going to get fixed? We're still paying taxes. It's last I've checked. You know, when is this problem going to get corrected? I've had to travel back and forth to the doctor because I just had a knee replacement last year in September. That's the reason I'm walking with this cane. And my doctor's office is over off of Lake Boone Trail. There's no shortcut for me to get there off of Edward Mills Road, okay, and right next to Rex Hospital. And I got to go 440 to get there I have to go for therapy treatment. And traveling that highway on both sides, coming back as well as going westbound and eastbound in that area needs to be fixed. What are they waiting on? Some more tragic things to happen? Can anybody talk to me? It's mighty quiet in here.
I'm letting you use your time.
Excuse me?
I'm letting you use your time.
I'm done. I need some answers.
So, sir, that part of the road, I've had a conversation with the district director with NCDOT. NCDOT is responsible for repaving that part of the interstate.
Okay, so is that who I need to talk to about repairing my windshield on my car?
Feel free, sir, to reach out to NCDOT.
You write that down for me
North
so
Carolina,
I can get that information?
North Carolina Department of Transportation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. DeJuan Porterfield.
How y'all doing? It's Dwayne, by the way.
Dwayne, sorry.
Thank y'all for letting me come speak. So I'm a school social worker down at Zebulon Middle School, and one of my community partners back here, Nick Robertson, pretty sure y'all have heard him speak before, but he's came to y'all to speak with y'all about Project Pivot, something that he's got going on down at Urban Ministries with the whole goal of ending hunger for all kids who are enrolled in Wake County Public Schools. And he specifically chose the Eastern region to come and try to get this project jump started. And what he's done is he has the funding and the ability right now to partner with us this school year and all of next school year. But to keep it going, he's gonna need y'all's help. All right. So what he's done for me in my school, he's allowed me to be able to effectively take care of all of my McKinney-Vento families. As y'all know, McKinney-Vento right now is a huge mess because with staffing issues, lack of transportation, a lot of families are bouncing around. Homelessness is really high right now in the school system. And being able to provide them with, he stocks my pantry every single month, and being able to provide snacks and non-perishable food items to my families in need and not have to go through a bunch of red tape that a lot of these other pantries have me go through, it's a huge blessing. A family reaches out for me to help, I'm able to go out there that day, all because of Nick, all because of that project, all because of that concept. I don't have to get a list of pantries and have to work around their times. And a lot of these pantries, those times aren't really feasible for a lot of working families. 9:30, 10:30 in the morning. A lot of people can do that, especially if they're in a tragic situation. But if my pantry is already stocked because of the project that Nick has already because of the concept that Nick has created, I can just package the food myself and get out there. And with the money that families no longer have to spend on food each month while they're already in a tragic economic situation, they can save that money and they can put it towards the hotel room that they're staying in, which allows for a stable place for the child to be, Transportation, like I said, is a mess right now. It takes 2, 3, 4 weeks sometimes for transportation requests to go through for families that are in our McKinney-Vento programs. But it's no use if they keep bouncing around. But as long as the money that they're saving on food, they can put towards their hotel room and give their child a stable place to be, transportation is able to get to them, even if it takes 3 or 4 weeks. Now, that's one less thing that those families have to worry about. Now the kids are in school, they're performing better in their classroom, and that's just one less stressful thing off of their parents' plate. Or if they're not in a hotel, that's money that they can use towards their rent or new apartment, light bill, something. So I just humbly ask that y'all try to allocate some funds to his project because it can be great on a large scale. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Lisa Huguet.
That was very inspiring. Thank you for the work that you guys do. Lisa Hewitt, 712 Hinsdale Street. I understand that you have $23 million available or remaining in the ARPA funds. I would urge you to consider allocating all or a majority to build more affordable housing. As you saw during this afternoon's meeting, many approved public-private partnerships for affordable housing have come back to council to ask for additional financing due to increased costs of land, loans, and construction materials, thus depleting the bond funds for future projects. In addition to gap financing, you could also allocate some of those funds for moving people experiencing homelessness to transitional housing, a priority stated during your annual retreat. This would be similar to what Families Together does for families, but for individuals. One idea I've had is to create a cottage community of ADUs as transitional housing. In the center of the ADUs could be a small community center where meetings could be held, like AA. City services could also have office hours there. Residents could organize potluck dinners, a game night, or skills training, thus creating a sense of security. Costs for this could be reduced by using a tiny home approach and purchasing architectural plans online. And to really top it off, you could recruit community college trades to apprentice to build the units. You could also hire formerly incarcerated people who have construction skills but are having difficulty finding employment. Or seek volunteers from the NC State Habitat chapter. Finally, I'd like to thank you for the deep dive discussion that you had during your retreat on ways to improve community engagement. There were many practical and easy to implement ideas. I'd like you to reconsider including rezoning cases in the community meetings. You have found that the more informed the community is and the more involved the developer is with the neighbors, equitable solutions can be found. I think it's a better use of everybody's time to try and nail down agreements before a public hearing. Thank you.
Cole McMullen.
Cole McMullen. In recent years, Raleigh Police Department has been involved in multiple wrongful arrests, deaths, and no-knock warrant raids, leaving a path of destruction in their wake. Meanwhile, the city of Raleigh has continued to increase the amount budgeted to RPD to over $120 million, the largest item on the general budget, without implementing any sort of mechanism for honest accountability of the police. Police misconduct and violence is a systemic problem, and systemic changes are needed. The city of Raleigh should decrease the overall amount budgeted to RPD, decriminalize drug possession in city limits, instruct RPD to cease execution of no-knock warrants, and eliminate unnecessary specialized police units such as the K-9 unit, school resource officers, and drug enforcement task force. A K-9's response during a sniff search is subject to their handler's interpretation, which can be inadvertently or deliberately misconstrued. School resource officers do little to reduce on-campus violence or mass shootings, and their presence is often damaging to students of color and students with disabilities, as demonstrated by increases in suspensions, expulsions, and arrests. The war on drugs is really a war on low-income and racial minority communities. Raleigh should abandon this war, decriminalize drug possession, and eliminate its drug enforcement task force, as there are more qualified individuals than police officers that should be handling instances of drug overdose. Execution of no-knock warrants is begging for violence, and too often police raid the wrong house. Raleigh should instead seek to increase the number of mental health professionals employed such that there is a 1-to-1 ratio of mental health workers to police officers in RPD as soon as possible. I like that the plans for the Acorns unit to expand. I would much rather have it expand towards mental health workers in a more aggressive fashion. Thank you.
Chris Crew. Chris Crew. Oh, here it comes.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. I'd like to start by saying I've been a resident of historic Oakwood since 1975. And what I wanted to talk to you about was a little bit of the value of preservation. Preservation strengthens neighborhoods, preserved structures add character and charm, it enhances neighborhood pride and fosters cultural identity and creates a sense of place, which we're losing rapidly in this city. Preservation conserves natural resources and saves energy on production and transportation of new materials, takes advantage of natural light and ventilation, reducing energy consumption, and promotes a reduction in greenhouse gases. Preservation bolsters economic development. Communities with charm and character attract new residences and businesses. Historic structures and landscapes attract and serve visitors. A community's historic character is a resource that can be leveraged for economic benefit. Old buildings have intrinsic value. Older buildings are built to last. They're built with high-quality materials, many of which you can no longer obtain. Old buildings attract people with their warmth and character and human scale. Old buildings are reminders of the city's culture and complexity. Old buildings reflect permanency and heritage. Preservation is a one-way street. Once there is no chance to restore, renovate, or reuse a demolished building. We can never be sure of what will be valued in the future, but once a piece of our history is destroyed, it's gone forever. What I'm asking you to do is two things. One, to acquaint yourselves with North Carolina General Statute 160A-266. This allows the city to dispose of certain properties outside of their customary bidding process if preservation is the end result of that action. So please look that up, read it, and apply it. And I'd also like you to instruct the planning department to make preservation a value and a priority in reviewing zoning decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jennifer McKinney.
Good evening. My name is Jenny McKinney. And oh, yeah. Stop the clock.
You can go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Jenny McKinney, and I'm here to speak with a group who has been meeting in response to the RPD killing of Daryl Tyree Williams on January 17th of this year. In your hands, you find a packet listing the demands as well as suggestions for implementation, because these are all possible. One demand is, we demand that the Raleigh Police Department end the practice of proactive patrols. This means RPD must stop wasting taxpayer money and city resources by concentrating its officers and surveillance in Black neighborhoods. RPD must stop approaching individuals without probable cause that a crime is being or is about to be committed. A history of repeated calls to an area does not constitute probable cause to harass anyone and everyone in that area. They should not initiate any encounter with residents if a call has not been made regarding a specific criminal act that presents an articulable danger to the public, and if police cannot identify the same from plain sight. Proactive patrols and stop and frisk are just catchy names for hotspot policing, wherein police increase their presence, surveillance, encounters, and arrests in an area. Criminologists have long acknowledged such practices consistently result in over-policing of Black neighborhoods specifically and low-income and minority neighborhoods more generally. Police in these areas initiate encounters without probable cause, harassing residents with the presumption of guilt. Sitting in a parked vehicle at a gas station, as Darrell Williams was doing before he was killed, does not constitute probable cause to approach and harass someone. Black communities constantly bear witness to and are directly traumatized by police violence in the name of preventative policing. Crime rates, furthermore, are not an indication of criminal activity, but rather an indication of disproportionate enforcement. When officers proactively patrol, the resulting high crime rates are artificial and self-perpetuating justifications for harassing Black people. In 2022, just 28.2% of Raleigh's population was Black, yet 66.4% of the drivers RPD reported using force against during traffic stops were Black. In comparison, white people made up 53.3% of the population, but RPD only used force against 19.8% of white drivers they stopped. Proactive patrols result from and result in racial profiling.
Jeremy Gilchrist.
Good evening, everybody. I'm a cis white heteronormative male who has every privilege there is in the American landscape. I was born and raised in a white middle-class town in Long Island, New York that is historically known for its racism. By all accounts, I shouldn't I shouldn't even care about white supremacy. Some people would even say I should relish in it, except for the fact that my morals don't allow that. I'm not built that way. I had good parents, and I can't ignore it, and I don't want to prosper on the backs of others. So, with that said, this is in reference to the murder of Darrell Williams at the sweepstakes several weeks ago. And it just proves to me that nothing has really changed since George Floyd in 2020. We made a lot of symbolic gestures. We renamed things. We've took down a few statues, but in the end, so what? People are still getting killed. We still have modern-day Jim Crow out there going on right now. Now, the city did create a police advisory board in response after George Floyd, but where is it? 2 people resigned in 2021 because there was no investigative power, no teeth to this committee, and no subpoena power. So one of the demands presented by Emancipate NC and other concerned citizens is to disband this police advisory board and to rebuild it with investigative power, with subpoena power, independent of the Raleigh Police Department. So I want to ask the council to consider that when you consider a motion to consider the demands of Emancipate NC, which were presented to you a little earlier by Jenny. And yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Lucy Lynn. Miss Lynn.
Good evening, City Council. I am a concerned citizen of Raleigh asking you to support the development and implementation of our own HEART program, Holistic Empathetic Assistance Response Teams. On June 27th, 2022, Durham launched 3 crisis response pilots, and in September they launched a 4th. The 4 pilots are crisis call diversion, which embeds mental health clinicians in Durham's 911 call center, community response teams, which dispatch unarmed 3-person teams as first responders to nonviolent calls, care navigators who follow up with people to connect them to the community-based care that they need and they want, and co-response, which pairs clinicians and officers to respond to calls that may pose a greater safety risk. With over 3,555 heart responses and counting, data shows that 0 calls have required police department backup for team safety, suggesting this approach is quite safe. In fact, the share of encounters where heart responders reported feeling safe during their call response is 99%. This program has proven highly successful at diverting 911 calls away from law enforcement intervention and is reducing arrests, hospital transports, and dangerous police encounters inside the city of Durham with a positive response from its citizens. More than 58% of these calls have been for Black or African American neighbors, which national statistics show are the most likely to be killed by police. With each call that the heart teams handle, there is less time officers have to spend on issues that they are not best suited or trained for. Jessica Laub, a heart community safety clinician, says a big thing is meeting people where they are and realizing that an emergency department is not going to be the answer for everything, and we can't expect the police to be the answer for everything. She noted that the short time that teams have been serving the community, they have been met with enormous appreciation from Durham. I ask that a motion be held to form a new committee that will take seriously the matter of police accountability in Raleigh, and I implore you to help us implement our own heart program to increase the safety and well-being of Raleigh's neighbors, and also arrest the officers that killed Darrell Williams.
Haley Kinsley.
Haley Kinsler. I'm here today to echo the demands brought forward by my peers in seeking accountability from the City Council for the damage that has been done, and I want to say this explicitly, at the hands of police officers who have been handed far too many of our taxpayer dollars to spend on military-grade equipment and training that teaches them to both dehumanize and brutalize members of our community. Black and brown people have been under siege in this city, and it is far past time that we address the harm that has been done to those who have been lost to police brutality in Raleigh. To put this in perspective for you, the budget document for fiscal year 2023 mentions the word accountability twice in over 423 pages of text. That's twice out of more than 100,000 total words, 0.0002 or 0.002% of the budget document. Of course, accountability is more than just a word. Rather, it is a call to ensure that when those in power in our communities do harm, especially when that harm is the result of targeted attacks and violence against marginalized people, that concrete action is taken to address that harm and prevent it from happening in the future. When your budget document shows that you do not take into consideration whether the police department in this city is being held accountable, even though they have been given $124.5 million just this fiscal year, it becomes apparent that the funding we are putting into quote-unquote public safety is not about safety at all. That funding is being used to leverage weapons, brutality, and the threat of incarceration against the Black community in this city. It is long past time that the council take action to reinvest that money into our communities, into low-income housing, transit, better pay and working conditions for city workers, and so on. I urge you to take action starting tonight on the demands of Emancipate and Raleigh Demands Justice and begin the process of holding these officers accountable for the harm that is being done to our community. And because y'all know I'm going to use all my time, let me leave with this. Acorns is still housed within the Raleigh Police Department. I don't care if you say that they're social workers or what, they are still within our PD. It needs to be separate. That's what Durham has done, and you need to act on that demand in particular for sure. It doesn't matter if they're social workers; they're still collaborating with RPD. And what are the results of Acorns? Who is being helped by that in our city? What are we getting from it? Because I have yet to see people talking about the Harvard program the same way with Acorns, right? I'm not seeing the same results. So let's see, is there anything else? Oh, yeah, Morse Square rezoning, or the RFP. I looked at the proposal for it. Unfathomable. I can't imagine considering letting a private developer build anything other than low-income housing on that property. Unfathomable. Thank you.
I just want to, since this name is up here, I'm going to say it, but Martin Luther? Okay. Caller Wright? Is Miss Wright here? Okay. Frank Helam. Helam. Frank, good to see you again.
Ms. Smith, could you pass that? Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Frank. Okay.
In response to the More Homes, More Choices presentations, I will point out problems and inequities in the application of the missing middle learned from my attendance. Missing middle text changes will not apply to neighborhoods that have homeowners associations or neighborhoods with historic or other overlay districts with protections that specify lower density. This exempts a large number of newer neighborhoods with HOAs. It also exempts historic neighborhoods that have previously received protected status. That, in principle, leaves older neighborhoods which relied on R4 or R6 zoning as basic protection of neighborhood integrity to be at the mercy of the missing middle. Neighborhoods lacking resources to apply for overlay status will be targeted by developers who will buy naturally occurring affordable housing and replace it with more expensive multi-unit dwellings. This will accelerate the displacement of Raleigh's legacy citizens, gentrification of neighborhoods, and homelessness. Slide 4 in the More Homes presentation documents the increase in land values in Raleigh over the last 10 years. This slide confirms that you will never be able to create newly constructed housing that is considered affordable within the city center, no matter what the density is, because of two factors: the base price of the land and the existing affordable structure on that land that is going to the landfill. To achieve housing that may be affordable and supports a bus system, focus on the white commuter lines in the purple-colored areas of the city in that map. Slide 22, the premise that housing does filter does not apply in Raleigh for two reasons. One, our supply of older NOAA homes, whether they are small single-family homes, older duplexes, or apartment complexes such as Montecito and Quail Ridge apartments, are being destroyed. People moving into expensive new homes in Raleigh that are built when NOAA is lost all too often are not vacating a less expensive home here, which would make that property available. They are more likely to be in-migrants from other parts of the country where the neighborhood they exit benefits in gaining a house that may be affordable. Slide 18 notes that one of the tools not available to increase affordable housing in Raleigh is mandatory affordable housing contributions. Yet slide 56 states that for the frequent transit development option, that 20% of units over 12 must be affordable at 60% AMI for 30 years. This appears to contradict slide 18. Furthermore, there's an inequity in imposing an affordability requirement on smaller builders when the same conditions are not required of builders of large apartment complexes or in residential rezoning requests such as North Hills. There, the maximum concession for going above the UDO height restriction is a small number of new units only if construction should go over 2,500 units and only at 80% AMI for a period of 10 years.
Thank you, sir. Paulina, is this on? Paulina Voskonsky? I'm sorry, sir. Thank you.
I want to start with Customer Bill of Rights that is located in the Customer Service Development Building. And it says the Customer Bill of Rights makes clear the expectation you should have during the permitting and inspection process with the City of Raleigh. Our goal is to be held accountable for meeting these expectations. Right to courtesy and empathy, right to choose the communication chain, right to resolution, right to accountability and transparency. And I have to say, all these rights were violated. And there's a PowerPoint on top which shows you how it was violated by inspectors that pretty much went into the system and backdated my permits. According to this email from September 11, 2019, my permit was extended for a year to 2020. However, Brian Robinson and Mr. David Brooks backdated it to March 2019 under false pretenses, saying that the system was wrong and it's not right. They were backdated it to March 2019. So I have a right. They didn't know that I have this email with my communication with Leon Skinner, who was at the time a chief building inspector, and he retired recently. And David Brooks and Brian Robinson took his place without knowing my communication. So this is a proof. Number two, I have right now conflict of interest with both of these individuals because after I didn't get any resolution with the city, I had to file with the Department of Insurance claims that alleging these acts. I got no help from there either. So right now, according to the Bill of Rights, all my rights been violated. And the city have to admit that I have no other avenue but to take the legal action and all of you will have to pay for it. Okay? Instead of solving it within the city, I have to take the legal actions. You see my proof. Read my statement on the first page and know that I'm not going to give this up just as easily. Sorry. I have to fight for my rights.
Sergey. 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 Sorry.
Okay, I come over to present my case. Yeah, I'm a builder, and also, I stay in same household as Polina Voronsky, 4516 Chelsea Place. And how many times I supposed to schedule meeting with you guys? Mary, I call you maybe 15 times, you never respond back. And also, I call city manager, never respond back. I want to talk everybody talk about affordable house. I want to talk about alternative material as a builder and give you solution. And also, we have two crooks, Brian Robinson and David Brooks, who put stop on my project without any reason. Also, no explanation why they put a stop, on my project. What it is, I'm a builder who build for living. First of all, if you know, guys, builders have a 3 category in North Carolina. Like beginners category, claim like $500,000, but supposed to show like about 17,000. In intermediate category, they can only build up to $1 million. They show like 70,000 every year cash. Who have unlimited, like me category, we're supposed to show $150,000. And also on top of city wants some bonds, whatever it is. We're not Donald Trump, like we're not making money. We're supposed to, you're requesting money, show some money and, and give us opportunity to work. You don't never give us opportunity to work. For example, in same project, we have right away, on one side, you send me a letter, looks like I have to maintain it. Another side, no, I'm supposed to use a bond to continue construction. Also, Bufkin used to be right here, now he is gone. And everybody concerned why my project takes so long. I can tell you, for you guys, it's called overtime. For me, when I spend time and and find mistake after builder screw up, and city actually granted, like certificate occupancy, like for me, like it just criminal offense, like for you, for over time, for me, it's a criminal offense. It's unbelievable. We got to do something. Also, we're supposed to have some program, between builders and inspectors. Also, inspectors supposed to know what builders study. Make sure they don't never ask stupid questions. Why I talk to Leon Skinner? Because I want to provide free program, alternative material for free. Call my supplier, and try to organize, for inspector programs. What it is, Leon Skinner retired. I called Brian Robinson and David Brooks. Or you want to continue with this program? He told me, don't worry about. He wants you to keep your inspector without any knowledge, with alternative material. This is everything on you. And all, like affordable house, this is a scam, really, because you don't have any solution. I can prove it. Set up meeting, I can prove it for you.
Thank you, sir. Ashley Parrott.
In 2016, activist Jane Elliott stood in front of an audience and asked every white person in the room to stand if they would be happy to be treated as this society in general treats our black citizens. No one stood up. If we were to ask that question tonight, the response would be the same. Next slide. Jane continues by saying that response shows that you know what is happening and you do not want it for yourself. Next slide. Under proactive policing, black people are stopped, questioned, cited, arrested, or injured by police at much higher rates than white people. One common proactive policing tactic is stopping a person in a high crime area, even if there's no sign of wrongdoing. There is little evidence to support this tactic actually does what it's intended to do. There is, however, an abundance of evidence showing the impact this has on the health of heavily targeted black communities. It starts at birth and lasts a lifetime. Next slide. Research suggests even nonviolent interactions with police can render long-lasting trauma and anxiety. High rates of proactive policing are linked with increased occurrences of premature births. Studies even show that black high school age students who have encounters with the police are more likely to later engage in acts of juvenile delinquency. It also increases the likelihood of those students dropping out of school and not enrolling in college. It creates a mistrust in all institutions, impacting their willingness to seek medical treatment and civically engage. There are a lot of similarities between Raleigh's proactive patrol and New York's stop and frisk. When New York's stop and frisk policy was challenged, a judge found that 90% of those stopped were completely innocent and 83% of the stops involved black and Latino people. When it was ordered to end, crime did not surge. The opposite happened. Raleigh's policing tactics should not be similar to one that was proven to be racially discriminatory, unconstitutional, and a failure at stopping crime. The biggest threat to public safety in this city and cities across the country are mass shootings. You cannot look to the police to solve that. The police cannot pass legislation determining who can buy and carry a weapon. They cannot ban assault weapons. Even if their proactive policing tactics could prevent mass shootings, they wouldn't, since they target the wrong demographic. Most mass shooters are white. Next. We know Raleigh's black citizens are being targeted, traumatized, and killed because of proactive policing tactics. We know we would not want it for ourselves. So to ask Jane's question, why are we so willing to accept it or allow it to happen to others? Nationwide attempts at police reform have fallen short. It is up to you to put an end to the policing activities in Raleigh that have nothing to do with preventing crime. You have the power to put funding into programs that can help and not traumatize our neighbors. Thank you.
Josh Bradley.
Josh Bradley, 1324 Spring Lawn Court. Yeah, I ran out from work and left my note, so this is going to be off the cuff. I don't think you can reform a broken system. Policing in this country and in the city is based upon white supremacist rules, and it's put in place in order to maintain white supremacy and the supremacy of the bourgeois. I think you can't reform a broken system. You must tear down the broken system and replace it with something else. We need to have if you want to lower crime, you need to have a public safety that is in place that is designed to protect life, not to protect property, and not to carry out the will of the white supremacist state. If people were really concerned about crime, what they would do is provide housing, and they would provide services to the people that don't need it, because the one thing and the only thing that has ever been shown to reduce crime is making sure that people weren't living in abject poverty. And I think that when we don't do it and we prioritize other things, we are showing as a city what we're about. And do we want to be one of those cities that's just about white supremacy? Or do we want to be a city that's known for the fact that we just want to have rich people in here and push all us working people out? Because if so, then we need to continue what we're doing, because we're doing a really good job of that, right? I think what we need to do, and who am I? Nobody. But I think if we really wanted to invest the money that we have in our budget in places that would reduce crime, it doesn't need to be in the police department. It does need to be for mental health services. It does need to be provide housing. We need to de-emphasize parks at the expense of emphasizing housing. We have the money. It's a matter of priorities. And it's important that we use the money, the tax base that we have, if we really want to affect and be a great city like we can be. Then we need to divest from the white supremacist state and invest in the people in this country and the city. Thank you.
Tim Niles.
Today, I'll address issues from your retreat on hybrid meetings, your discussion of hybrid meetings focused on boards and commissions and their members asking to hold virtual meetings for their own convenience. You didn't have a full discussion of the legality of allowing residents to deliver public comment to City Council, both in person and by phone based on their needs. This is not about councilors being able to attend virtually, not about quasi-judicial boards, and not about commissions needing access to meeting space with technology. It's about one issue: is it legal for a resident to call into an in-person council meeting to deliver a comment in real time while another resident appears in person to deliver their comment? If you say it's legal for a resident to call in by phone, leave a voicemail comment, and have that comment played to the public during a live meeting, it defies all logic that you also claim it's illegal for that same person to call in by phone during the meeting and deliver the same comment. On City Council elections, Councilor Melton mentioned his support for 4-year terms for council. It's important for you and the public to be aware that the study group created by City Council to review election-related issues conducted a survey to gather information and opinions from the residents. The survey was performed both online and in person. It was run by the Community Engagement Department, and the results, with over 1,260 respondents, showed 73% opposition to 4-year terms. I think we all understand just how huge that number is. It's not even close. If you defy those numbers, you might as well tell people that your support for engagement is nothing more than window dressing. On 4x4 meetings, Mayor Baldwin suggested you discuss items you want to include in your legislative agenda in a 4x4 meeting, also called a manager's briefing. 4x4 meetings are 2 back-to-back meetings where only 4 councilors attend at a time. 4x4 meetings are not held in public, not recorded for viewing by the public, and no minutes are kept. These meetings are designed to avoid a quorum, to circumvent open meeting laws, and to obstruct public scrutiny in order to discuss topics in secret which do not qualify to be discussed in a closed session. If you need to discuss an issue, be brave enough to do it in public view. I'm happy to hear any justification you may have for meeting secretly and yield back my time for your response. Thank you.
Marjorie Case.
I'm here to talk about mistakes. Mistakes in the form of unintended consequences. 4 members of this council are new. They have inherited the mistakes of the prior council. Of the other 4, Councilmember Fort is new to being at large as she no longer represents just one district. She's held accountable on a citywide level. Of the remaining 3, all were on the former council in their current positions and all voted for missing middle. There were consequences. One of the former council members personally told several of us that missing middle would include mistakes. I asked how those mistakes would be fixed since they would be buildings. He had no answer. And when I asked how $2 million per townhouse was affordable, his response was that it was more affordable than $3 million. In other words, this outcome wasn't what they intended. People are often sorted out by how they face and address their mistakes. If this council decides to serve 2 years and not extend their term, then 1/12 of your term, 2 months, is already done. It is time to fix the mistakes of the previous council. Although 908 Williamson Drive is approved under the current law and Lion Street is already being built, and we're being approached in our neighborhood constantly to try to get us to sell our property, you can fix what happens in the future. Please don't leave Raleigh looking like Portland or Minneapolis. Portland's Multnomah County has shown a 30% increase in homelessness since 2019. Rents soared by over 40% since March of 2021. Portland is where they abolished single-family housing pursuant to the missing middle. Is this what you intend on now? Or will you face the mistakes and fix the destruction that you unleashed in our neighborhoods? Restore Raleigh zoning. Work now on repealing this and starting immediately, accept no further building applications in single-family home neighborhoods.
Diane Christine Zashansko. Is it Diane? Yeah, I saw her. I didn't know if she was going to show up. All right, Dr. Kimberly Matarian. Yeah, she's sitting right there. I see her. Oh, Diane's here? Oh, okay.
Thank you for this privilege. I'm a transplant. I'm from Pennsylvania. I want to applaud all the speakers tonight.
Can you speak into the mic?
Oh, well, I was talking to them. I want to honor your
couldn't hear you, ma'am.
courage and your bravery tonight. I'm a transplant from Pennsylvania, and it's kind of been an honor to be around some of the Erie or the Raleigh people and find out that if you're a transplant, you're pretty much in their same boat. I moved. I'm a climate educator. I'm also a watershed educator, and I do water testing for Raleigh for your parks. My children's program was also at your Raleigh Dix Dorothea Park. It's Butterflies for Kids, Address Earth Kids program. I started this in 1996 with children's gardens, and my love grew for nature and educating children and teaching them to embrace our only address, which is home. So I speak to you each individually about your home, our address. I moved here with great expectations to be close to my grandchildren who I adore. In my documentary, which you can find at addressearth.com, you will see that Raleigh was my poster child for this amazing green infrastructure that you have. I couldn't wait to move here. Tree corridors and amazing neighborhoods with just tree-lined parking lots. But when I moved here, I saw a house by my granddaughter's school that was like, this is perfect, I need to downsize. Called Jim Allen Group. Well, it seems that house was bid up to $500,000, and they were just, you can build to specs. Well, I sold a beautiful 32 square 100-foot home in Erie, Pennsylvania with a look of the lake, and I can't even live in a crime zone now with the money that I got from that house. Really? Can we talk? What is with your housing I am now paying for rent that is double my Social Security. I am working. I'm a baby boomer. I should be on a beach somewhere with a Mai Tai. And here I am talking to you people about affordable housing, which, thank you all for talking about it tonight, because I feel like part of your group. This is serious. And as a climate educator, you guys are responsible for your people, your children's future. Your black footprint is huge. And you know what I mean by black footprint? Carbon dioxide. Our oceans are acidifying at a huge rate. Acidifying oceans come from one thing, CO2. CO2 from cars, and you guys, where's your green buses? LA, California just came from them on a bus, up and down, green all day, didn't even have to pay. And where's your green? I saw something about a busing system that was called, I don't know, Wake Bus Transit. Am I over
Thank you.
already?
Yeah, you're over.
Oh, well.
Thank you.
Anyway, you get the point. There's a bus system that you guys should have had in 2023 that was green, and you didn't
Thank
get it
you.
yet. So. Thank you for the
Attorney.
opportunity.
Thank you.
Welcome to Raleigh. Dr. Kimberly Mukhtarian, 713 Trout Lily. I just want to say that last month I appeared before you and I asked the City Council to adopt the anti-lynching campaign. And not even 10 days later, another black man was lynched. Not by a vote, not by a tree, not by a dog or by a knee, but by taser. And the only difference between the lynchings of 1903 and 2023 is that the quiet people who stood beside our dangling bodies have now added color. Black people who stand in silence and in solidarity when our black men are killed. So I'm ashamed when you look at that packet and you see 11 minorities dead in 9 years. And we still haven't had a response from City Council. And City Council is just not white supremacy anymore. It's black compliance. And we cannot be held, we cannot say we are recruited unless you redefine why you are recruited to such a City Council. I will ask you, and I will put you on the spot today, because I know you don't expect black people to pay for its own abuse. To finance our own hate, that's an oxymoron. So today, Save Our Sons, North Carolina Emancipate, Raleigh demands, and black people everywhere are saying, take us out of this system that allows us to pay for the premiums to kill at will. When we watch the officers come from Apex, Holly Springs, Roseville, and Wake Forest, they come over from near and far to kill us, and you don't have a word to say. They travel to kill us, and you have nothing to say. How dare you? You must redefine who you are. But we won't be liable for our own deaths. I tell you to repay, repair, before it becomes a reproach on our city. Because we are judged. And we are sick and nauseated that we're having, poor don't mean stupid. Black does not mean devalued. It just means you got to get your heart right. So the next time we ask for another equipment, it will be a heart defibrillator, but it won't be to revive Daryl Williams. It will be to revive yours.
Attorney Don Bugrove.
Good evening. My name is Attorney Dawn Blagrove. I am the Executive Director of Emancipate NC. We are an organization committed to ending systemic and institutional racism, specifically within the criminal justice world. And I am here On behalf of my organization, Raleigh Demands Justice, and so many other community organizations that have asked and asked and asked for accountability from this city council for the Raleigh Police Department. So I stand here before you asking for the immediate discontinuation of all use of taser weapons until the Raleigh Police Department can prove definitively to the community that they are committed to following their own policies regarding the use of tasers. Darrell Williams is dead because RPD failed to follow its own written policies for justification and use of non-deadly force. Based on a thorough reading of Section 1108, Police Practices located in the Raleigh Police Department written directives, and a reading of the 5-day narrative issued by Raleigh Police Department, at least 16 policies were violated during the murder of Darrell Williams. At least 16 written policies were violated at the admission of the narrative that the Raleigh Police Department provided to this council. And nothing has happened. I offer to you all a standing invitation to further discuss the granular details of RPD's failures to address the policy failures that led to the murder of Darrell Williams, because we do not have time to go through all 16 today. In the packet that you have, however, there are highlighted sections of the policies that I am referring to that speak specifically to the 16 violations. Tasers are only non-lethal weapons when used according to the written policy and procedures. Flagrant disregard of those policies transforms non-lethal weapons into instruments of death. Darrell Williams was electrocuted in a parking lot. If that doesn't move you, I'm not sure what else will. The citizens of Raleigh cannot. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Henderson. Terry Henderson.
When the mayor and former council passed the missing middle changes and upzoned nearly the whole city, they did the wrong thing in the wrong way. Now, with the so-called listening tour that the planning staff is conducting around town, you're doing the right thing in the wrong way. I urge you finally to do the right thing in the right way. Declare a moratorium on the missing middle until it can be repealed and start over, or make major changes that address serious unintended consequences. What do I mean by the wrong thing in the wrong way? By passing the missing middle changes in the dark of COVID, having already done away with community advisory councils, and without effective citizen input, the mayor and former council adopted boilerplate language and principles from other so-called progressive cities. The problem is they applied it to the whole city, although it's most appropriate in distinct areas where it fits. In a rush to solve one problem, the city did not consider the unintended consequences of these actions for Raleigh, such as encouraging buyers and developers to tear down single-family houses and replace them with more expensive, often luxury, multiplex housing. Drastic and radical increases in density that supposedly make way for affordable housing. Displacing current residents and encouraging and accelerating gentrification in predominantly black areas. Destroying forever naturally occurring affordable housing. Perverting the market by increasing already high land prices, making it even more expensive to buy a single-family home. And finally, ignoring the architectural, historic and unique context of neighborhoods that offers variety and character instead of cookie-cutter sameness of these so-called progressive cities. The wrong thing in the wrong way. Then you did the right thing in the wrong way. What do I mean? The city should have had intimate neighborhood conversations, not about text changes, but about these far-reaching zoning amendments before the law was changed. Now staff is going throughout the city, meeting with residents who have questions about these changes that will affect their specific neighborhoods, and they've come with their specific concerns. Instead, staff is delivering a scripted, rapid-fire, jargon-filled presentation of happy talk to make people feel better about an ill-conceived program with lots of problems. Soon, this council will own the problem of the missing middle for yourselves in its entirety, not as a legacy of another time. Every day that you wait makes every single family neighborhood more vulnerable. I urge the council to do the right thing in the right way, implement a moratorium until the missing middle can be repealed or replaced.
Zainab Baloch.
Zainab Baloch here with Young Americans Protest, and I'm here to echo the demands of Raleigh Demands Justice and Emancipate NC. We demand that officers Thomas, Scott, Aquino, Robinson, Grand, Ramj, and any other officers involved in the death of Darrell Williams be fired immediately due to violation of department policies and international human rights. These officers murdered, electrocuted Darrell Williams to death in a parking lot. Darrell was not a threat to the public, nor did he have any weapons on him. He was merely a black man existing in Southeast Raleigh. Think about it logically. In any other department, organization, company, if you have an employee that violates a policy and it results in the death of a person, they would be fired immediately and charged with murder. Hell, if any of us even unintentionally murdered someone, we would be charged. The fact that these officers are suspended with pay shows that we do not value human life. The police continue to commit crimes without any punishment. We know policing in itself is an inherently racist system. It evolved from slave patrols in the Jim Crow era to now that their main job being to surveil, target, and harass Black, brown, and poor communities. You are upholding that racist system by doing nothing about police violence. You as a city councilor have the power to change that, to dismantle this racist system. It is the utmost obligation of city authorities, including police, to respect and protect the right to life. If the council doesn't fire these officers, y'all are making it clear that human life is not valued and that it is okay to kill Black people, and there will be no consequence for doing so. Firing these officers is the minimum you can do. It's literally the smallest action you can take to say that in Raleigh we do value human life and we will not allow police to kill our residents. Local governments around the country are taking action on ending police violence, and it's time for y'all to do the same. And you know, I'm also going to take all my time, but I know that at the council retreat, it was reported that the police chief emphasized protecting property over people. And I hope that council does not take the direction of the police chief. And lastly, I just want to say, I have a really hard time looking at you, Corey, and understanding how many more people in your district you're going to allow to get killed, surveilled, and how much more militarization of District C that you're going to allow as the counselor there. And so it's really hard for me as a human to understand how you can be District C's counselor and not say anything about police violence, never say anything about all the residents that are suffering under the police and continuously getting surveilled and not being able to live their basic lives. So I hope you at least, rethink your role in this council and what you're going to do about it, because you're sitting in a seat that literally is, holds the highest Black population in Raleigh, and you have you have the main power. And so, Corey, and the rest of the council, I hope you guys take action on this and take up the demands of Raleigh Demands Justice.
Kerwin Pittman.
Good evening. My name is Kerwin Pittman. I do statewide police accountability work, recidivism reduction work, criminal justice reform, policy work. I'm a man that traveled from protest to policy change. And when it comes to the city of Raleigh, This is one of the worst cities I've seen across the state of North Carolina when it pertains to police accountability. And I just want to say this to level set. A person is not judged by what they do when people are watching. They're judged by what they do when people are not watching, right? A city is not judged by how they treat the richest, but how they treat the poor, the most marginalized people in that city. And Raleigh are treating the poor like they do not matter. When it comes to police accountability, when it comes to housing, when it comes to social justice issues, they treat the poor bad. So this means that this city is morally bankrupt, y'all. You guys are the people who hold the torch to making this city a beacon of light for the state of North Carolina. And there's no reason that I should look next door and see Durham doing more progressive stuff than you guys doing. You now have an opportunity. You now have an opportunity to change the tide in the direction that this city is going in, because it has been headed in the wrong direction for a long time. When it comes to a particular case I want to speak on, Yolanda, Irvin, and I know you guys cannot speak publicly on ongoing litigations, right? But I just want you to put yourselves in her shoes for a moment. This is a woman whose house was raided wrongfully by Raleigh Police Department. She was put in handcuffs. Her kids was put in handcuffs. Guns pointed at them, put on the floor. And yet, when it comes to a suit and holding accountability for law enforcement, nothing has been done. The city of Raleigh, if you guys do not know, are hiring additional attorneys outside of the lawyers in Raleigh to litigate this case against her. But yet and still they could be paying this money to her to settle this dispute and right this wrong. Why are we doing this? We're not a city that's morally bankrupt, but yet we're displaying this type of display for everybody to see. When it comes to the brutal murder of Darrell Williams, this man was electrocuted to death in a parking lot. This man was electrocuted to death in a parking lot under the premise of proactive patrolling, which we know is nothing more than stop and frisk. And you guys have the power in your semblance. As somebody that does policy work, you have certain powers that you can hold. City manager, I know you do. To hold these people accountable. Are you not using your voice? And why are you not using your voice? Do the right thing when the people are not watching. This is what builds moral character. Thank you.
Lauren Fry.
All right. I'm Lauren Frey, and I'm a long-term resident of Raleigh. I was devastated to learn that Raleigh police officers murdered Darrell Williams last month. I'm here today in support of the following demands that must be enacted immediately. Fire the police officers who murdered Darrell Williams and discontinue all use of taser weapons by Raleigh PD. These are important steps, but they are not enough to stop the police from killing and brutalizing people. The people of this city have been calling for an end of the violence enacted by the Raleigh Police Department for years. Against the wishes of their constituency, City Council year after year has voted to increase the amount of money provided to the police instead of providing additional resources to what this city needs, as we've heard tonight from my fellow community members: affordable housing, transportation, food pantries, wages for city workers, environmental projects, just to name a few. To end police violence requires divesting from the police and investing in community initiatives that actually increase safety. As a start, this council should fund a crisis response team that is completely separate from the police. Raleigh has better ways to spend the over $120 million that have been allocated to the police. Policing is a racist and deadly institution. You took our taxpayer dollars and deposited them into the bank accounts of the people who murdered Darrell Williams. It is too late to bring him back or to bring back any of the 13 people Raleigh PD has killed in the past decade. It is long past time to disrupt the status quo of systemic racism. This council should start working now to reallocate the money for police in the next proposed budget. Thank you.
Adam Haller.
council members, members of the public. I'm here to talk about something a little different, but also the same. And you might not agree with me, but you might. I want to focus on Safe Routes to School. Safe Routes to School is a federal program that encourages making communities safe for children to walk on their own independently to school. What we have created in Raleigh is a car-dependent hellscape for children. In October, right in my neighborhood, off of Six Forks Road in front of Carroll Middle School, a 76-year-old man was just taking a walk and was violently murdered by a driver who fled the scene and hit and run. You guys would say, well, you can't say that. It's an accident. He was killed by accident. No, he wasn't. If you run away from a scene of a crash, you're a murderer. If you speed, if you don't stop fully at a stop sign, when my daughter was in fourth grade, she did a study here in Raleigh on her fourth grade science project, got a little ribbon, testing all of you, whether you stop at the stop signs. Only 30% of the cars stopped fully. 70% of you are violently breaking the law, making the streets dangerous for our children. So why is it so car dependent in the first place? Because of choices to spend transportation budget on more roads, by turning a blind eye to more cars, by having zoning that's single family, suburban, white supremacist zoning. Missing middle, the change was a fabulous one. And it irks me to no end to see older white people use privilege and sit here and say, I was here since 1975. I don't care if you move here today, if you moved here from New York City today in 2023, you have as much of a vote and as much as a say as someone who grew up here in the 1960s and 70s. There is no duration test. The Supreme Court voted on that even. The missing middle was a great idea, and we need more density. Look, if there are 120 people who need homes, and there's only 100 homes available, supply and demand, guys, economics 101. The price is going to go up, and there's going to be homeless. We need more housing. We need it now. We need it built in every part of Raleigh. We need new houses in the eastern part of Raleigh. We need a lot of new housing in North Raleigh. And we need it in Hayes Barton, where you put up Save Our Neighborhood. That means save it to be white supremacist for rich white people. I want to end that. I want tear down the old mansion from the past. It's a pile of sticks that needs repair, and put in 8 new houses. That's 8 families instead of 1 that can live and make that land efficient and provide more taxes. Lastly, I'll end with enforcement of traffic laws. I've heard so much about policing, I don't want to say we need more policing. Bring the police to Six Forks and Falls of News, but bring more traffic cameras at traffic lights and more speed cameras, or start a speed camera program. Thank you, Council.
Matthew Brown.
Good evening. Thank you for your service, and thank you for letting me speak. The historic Oakwood neighborhood has worked very hard over the past 50 years to provide value to the city of Raleigh. We are one of Raleigh's premier tourist attractions. Tourists visit Oakwood every day of the year. Many of them pass by my house. They come from all over the country. Every December, 4,000 people attend our candlelight tour of homes, and thousands more walk or drive through to see the lights and decorations. Every Halloween, about 3,000 people visit Oakwood. They come from all over the city. We each have to buy several grocery bags of candy to feed all those kids. Then every spring, hundreds come to our garden tour. The Society for the Preservation of Historic Oakwood was formed in 1972 to stop the freeway that would have required demolition of Oakwood and other neighborhoods in its path. We succeeded. Since then, we have saved or helped to save approximately 25 historic houses from demolition, bought land for 2 parks and donated them to the city, planted 407 trees along our streets, and undertaken projects benefiting at least 14 nearby worthy organizations. Last year, we furnished an apartment for a refugee family from Rwanda. The year before, we spent $41,000 on repairs to the Helping Hand Mission's historic New Bern House, where they offer meals and shelter for people in need. We hired roofers, carpenters, and tree trimmers, and I was the project manager at no charge. A few years ago, we helped build a Habitat for Humanity house on Oakwood Avenue. This year, we will have a fundraiser for the AIDS Service Agency. And of course, every day, we all work hard to maintain our old houses so that Raleigheites and visitors will always have this interesting and beautiful neighborhood to explore. We hope that we are providing value to our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Annette Etzum.
I'm Annette Henrietta Exum. I am a native of Raleigh, North Carolina, having integrated Inlow High School and North Carolina State University. My father was the first African American licensed to be a general contractor in the state of North Carolina. My first roommate at North Carolina State was the daughter of the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan. I started in political advocacy at the age of 13 in 1963. Do the math. I decided originally to come here to say, why am I here? Why am I here? The President of the United States is doing his State of the Union address tonight. Normally, I would be in my bed, tucked in with cocoa or something, looking at it with my notepad beside me, taking notes and making decisions about what I was going to do next with regard to what he said. But I'm here. Why am I here? I'm here because several nights ago, someone called me and told me that someone was killed on my property in Raleigh, North Carolina. Killed. And he was in police custody. That was unconscionable. I went down to the property. I didn't even brush my teeth. In fact, I told people that I was with to forgive me because just because I was offensive to humanity. I just threw on my clothes and went and put and drove. This person, reports say that this person was with his tongue hanging out, blood coming out of his mouth, eyes fixed and glassy, not moving. Later, he was handcuffed and put into an ambulance. Unconscionable. I intend to do some. I feel that I've been to church here today. I do. And I am appreciative of all of the wonderful people that have spoken because they have reclaimed me. I've been an advocate for many, many years, but now, Houston, you got a problem. I make a commitment tonight that one of the things that I am going to do is to consolidate some things on the property to support all of the ventures that we talked about tonight. You have my notes in your packet. Thank you.
Thank you. Shane Collins.
Good evening, Council and Raleigheites. My name is Shane Collins, and I'm here to speak about talking heads, burning down the house, because that's what Raleigh's doing with the missing middle. They're burning down houses. The song was written by David Byrne, not as a protest, not as an incendiary song. It was an anthem to break free from what's holding you back. Right now, the lack of housing is holding us back in Raleigh. So I thought I'd talk about burning down the house because that seems to be what's going on. It's just we're destroying homes for regular people. We're destroying affordable homes for regular people. We have police, we have fire, we have city workers. They can't afford to live in Raleigh. They can't afford to live with the people they police, the people they take care of, because housing is unaffordable. WRAL, Triangle Business Journal, News and Observer, Wall Street Journal all talk about a downturn and the lack of need for additional office space. But we're building offices, we're building towers, but we're not building affordable housing. The city approves towers, but folks are not going into offices anymore. People are working remote. We talked about it tonight, the remote meetings that the council and city workers want to have or are having. The article that I sent all of you on council and the mayor, it's called Disappearing Act. Offices are disappearing. Office workers are disappearing. They're not going in anymore. They don't need to go in. They can call in. Raleigh offices are empty, according to the Triangle Business Journal. More often than not, they're empty. Patrick Young, city planning employee, in the Triangle Business Journal said, there is no permit activity on the old News and Observer site just outside. And the developer, East West Partners out of Chapel Hill, has no new plans to develop in downtown Raleigh because office space is not needed. We need affordable housing. Other cities convert business towers to housing, New York City. Why not do that here? Raleigh is top 5 list in many polls. Why not act like the top 5 and think out of the box for affordable housing for the people that live and work in Raleigh? Work with the legislature.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Lumpkin.
I am not tall. Okay. Hi. I just want to take a moment and lift up my fellow activists who have spoken against proactive policing and affordable housing. You guys are awesome. But I am here to talk about reproductive access. So we already have the U.S. statute of freedom of access to clinic entrances, which is called the FACE Act. It prohibits anyone from obstructing access to reproductive health services through violence, threats of violence or property damage. We need more than just the FACE Act to make sure that patients can access health care without intimidation. We appreciate the work that the City Council is doing to help protect patients, doctors, and employees with buffer zones. Several cities have already enacted buffer zones, and these are areas around abortion clinics where certain abortion-specific harassment is banned. These can include displaying graphic signs, following and filming patients, repeatedly approaching patients and doctors, also in addition to noise ordinances. Some of these cities are Buffalo and Rochester, New York. In 1997, they have a 15-foot buffer zone around clinics. In Melbourne, Florida, in 1994, there's a 36-foot buffer zone as well as noise regulations. In Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in 2009, there's a 15-foot buffer zone. In West Palm Beach, Florida, in 2006, there is a regulation against excessive noise. In Chicago, Illinois, in 2009, there's an 8-foot buffer zone within 50 feet of the clinic entrance. It's a floating buffer zone to where wherever patients walk, people have to stay 8 feet away from them. In 2019, Charlotte was able to prohibit the use of loudspeakers, bullhorns, megaphones within 150 feet of medical facilities, schools, and places of worship. I'm excited that Raleigh may be added to this list of cities who care about protecting a person's right to access reproductive health care. Thank you.
Donna Bailey.
Good evening, everyone, and I really appreciate having the 3 minutes, and I really appreciate how active you're all listening. I want to talk about a few different things tonight. I'm going to start off with improved citizen engagement. I watched this afternoon's council meeting, and I have one question. Will the existing CACs be able to ask for community center use as of March 1st? Okay, thank you. Also, I want to suggest that the CACs be able to meet where they have traditionally met if the community center is available. The City Council has said on numerous occasions that we need to meet people where they are. Meeting at a remote center, community center, is not meeting people where they're at. So I know you've got a few designated, but if the traditional community center is available, that would make it much better for the existing community center CACs, and hopefully we can get some others restarted. Also, remember that the Community Engagement Board is just beginning to look at options to expand citizen engagement. The access to existing CACs is just a start. We have a very diverse group of people, and we'll be coming back to you in the near future. I am happy that this council sincerely values citizen input. I'd like to encourage you to add another evening meeting to be able to listen to all the residents that want to speak. I encourage a maximum of 3 minutes and a minimum of 2 minutes, so people will have a more consistent expectation. This will show that you truly value citizen input. On another note, I would like you to consider implementing the missing middle changes along the frequent transit development areas where the higher density makes sense, especially since you can ask for affordable housing bonuses in those areas. So it truly will then help with affordable housing, because it's not helping with affordable housing now. Please refer to slides 55, 58, and 59 in the missing middle presentation that's been going around, because this shows the high frequency transit. So I think you can put density where it's going to make most sense, especially adding to affordability. And I do support ADUs. That is one part of the missing middle that I support. One other item, I'm sure you're all aware that the city attorney's son is working for Longleaf Law Partners as a land use attorney. I expect that she will be recusing herself anytime that Longleaf has a case before the council. When Wayne Majorano was a counselor, and he worked for a large legal firm that had a lot of land use, he recused himself anytime a case was before council from his firm, because you don't know in the back who's working on what. So I just hope that that will be the expectation. Thank you very much.
Wah.
Tonight I'm speaking in solidarity with everyone here tonight who is calling out the ongoing systemic violence against the Black community in Raleigh. In addition to what's already been said tonight, I want to bring up the connection between police violence and gentrification. The current mayor of Raleigh has once said on WRAL that gentrification is good because it will eliminate high crime, and I think we all know what that really means. There's going to be a rezoning case in New Bern Avenue, and having attended the Raleigh City Council retreat a few weeks ago, I learned that the RPD plans to make New Bern Corridor their top hotspot. What does that actually mean? This demonstrates that gentrification and police are part of the larger process to erase the Black community. Having also attended the recent community meeting organized by Refund Raleigh, one of the attendees, please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it was Dr. Kim Mukhtarian, who actually said that the killing of Black and brown individuals by the police should be recognized as international war crime. We would denounce the apartheid that happened in South Africa, so why would we be silent about a police killing happening in our own neighborhood? By the way, How convenient that the day one of the city council retreat, when RPD chief was making her presentation, when Larry Jarvis was making a sales pitch of a scam on housing, that portion of the meeting is not uploaded to the city's website. So just for the audience context, at the retreat, the police chief made it clear at least 3 times that RPD's mission is to protect properties. By the way, the metal detector and increased security in the municipal hall, those were installed after Refund Raleigh and Wake County Housing Justice Coalition spoke last summer. So what message are you bringing to the community? That you decided to increase police presence in this building in response to the presence of Black-led organizations? I also want to bring up the fact that I attended the Raleigh City Council retreat on Friday, where the mayor announced that she strongly encourages all council members to do a police ride-along to learn about the hard work that the police have to do. How dare the mayor and the others go through great lengths to sympathize with RPD and understand their duties while continuing to dehumanize the Black communities that the cops are killing and failing to understand or sympathize with the pain and the family and the loved ones that they leave behind. So I urge this council, do not take that offer to the police right along. Also, stop destroying existing public housing and affordable housing just for more luxuries. I know for a fact that the planning department has said in a meeting last January that missing middle promises 0 housing for low income. The city is counting on trickle down. Like, why are we still counting on Reaganomics? Yeah, and so what else to add? Oh yeah, just for the last 15 seconds, I'm just gonna say, we have 2 queer people among the Raleigh City Council, but I will speak on this as an openly gay man. I've been watching all of you for years. You voted in alignment with status quo, with capitalism, with white supremacy. You don't speak to the people on the ground. You don't represent me, and you don't represent the LGBTQI on the ground. Thank you.
All right, can y'all hear me? Because I'm soft-spoken, so I gotta make sure. All right, I'm not here to speak to your morals at all, as some have, because at the end of the day, you guys know what is right and wrong, and you reap what you sow, and I'm sure you're gonna reap it on this side. But I am here to demand that the Raleigh PD undergoes implicit and racial bias training to expose their biases and so they can receive the tools to adjust their thinking and eliminate discriminatory practices. Our society has historically labeled Black people as inherently criminal and violent since the days, well, really since the 1600s, to be honest with y'all, resulting in the implicit bias that is persistent in each and every one of us. ABC 11 did a study on the Raleigh Police Department using files from the Raleigh Police Department themselves, showing that they are 4.7 times more likely to arrest Black people than they are white people. This shows more than anything that there is bias and discriminatory practices in the Raleigh Police Department. So in order to fix this, one of the things they have to do is undergo implicit and racial bias training. Raleigh Police Department must utilize existing funding for existing and all new officers to undergo implicit and racial bias training taught by a minority facilitator to expose and unlearn their own biases and racism. This training should not be a quick video or a PowerPoint that's like 30 minutes, let's be for real. It should be extensive training that provides officers the tools they need to adjust their thinking and eliminate discriminatory practices that are prevalent throughout this department. Comprehensive implicit bias training includes discussions and exercises regarding why they think people similar to them are better than any other Black person in this community, why our first feelings aren't true, why we think people closer to us are better than those further away, and why we think subjective perceptions are true. There is evidence to suggest training conducted under stressful circumstances is more successful because officers practice challenging their biases while their nervous systems are activated. So please keep the thoughts of all 13 people that Raleigh PD did not accidentally kill, but they murdered them, in mind while you think about these demands. Thank you.
Is Ms. Wanda Gilbert-Coker here? I didn't see her. Okay. That brings us to the end of our public comments of those who have signed up. Thank you all who definitely came out. I was taking notes. There's things that we'll definitely follow up on. I do know that Councilwoman Black has something you would like to share and do. And after Councilwoman Black speaks, we will actually have a 5-minute recess.
So there are a lot of valid emotions tonight, and I just want to acknowledge the harm and concerns brought up tonight around RPD and accountability. And at this time, I would like to take a moment of silence to honor the lives of Darrell Williams, Keith Collins, as well as the countless other people who have lost their lives during police interactions. Thank you. Progressively.
Oh, go ahead. I thought you were done.
No. I would also like to motions to the concerns that we had around public comment, specifically found in the We Demand Justice packet. And I would like to direct the Human Relations Commission to establish a committee that can report to council addressing the concerns found in this packet.
Second.
So is that to the Human Relations Committee, or were you saying the Police Advisory? Because we had talked earlier.
The Human Relations Commission.
Okay. So you would like to refer the packet to the commission and have them come back with a report on the information?
On how to develop a committee that can look into the concerns in the packet, yes.
Okay. Are there any questions? I know it's moved in second. Are there any questions from any counselors? All right, it's been moving.
I just have one thing. I just would want to expand it. So if there are other things that the committee would want to pursue when it comes to just improvements around policing, I think not just to look at one organization's ideas, but to be a little more expansive. So I apologize, I can't be more specific at this time, but I just want to give them a little bit of freedom, I guess, there.
I definitely think this is just a starting place to have a longer conversation, and just with looking at everything that's in this packet, like what could possibly be achieved, just to have that starting place in the conversation. And I think it could be something that the Human Relations Committee could really help put together for the committee.
And basically, you're looking for a report back from them?
On the creation of a committee.
Okay.
Yes.
That's the motion. It was properly second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed have the same right. Motion carries unanimously, Madam Clerk. We are now going to a 5-minute recess. Thank you all. Hey. They messed around and gave me the gavel. And I didn't want to yell. Can we, someone check on our 2 council members who are missing? Yeah, if you know where they are, I just need one person to go. Okay, Harrison and Fort. Okay. Oh, she did? Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and start. That give her time. RTN's ready? Okay. We're back in session with our evening public hearings. Before us, we have 8 items tonight to discuss. The first 2 I know are connected, annexation as well as rezoning Z6421. So you can do both presentations, and
Yes,
then we
sir.
can do separate hearings.
Yes, sir. Good,
I'm sorry, so we're not public rezonings now.
good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Branch and members of the council. My name is Bynum Walter. I work in Raleigh Planning and Development. As Mr. Branch said, I want to offer you a combined presentation on AX 2621 and Z 6422 because they're for the same parcel. You will need to hold separate public hearings for the annexation item and the rezoning item, but I thought it'd be helpful for you to have all the context before you made action. So the request for the annexation you can see is for these 2 parcels on Bailiwick Road. You're on the north side of Bailiwick, south side of I-540. This is contiguous with corporate limits, but it's not within our ETJ. It's approximately just under 11 acres. The purpose here is an expansion of the existing Magellan School. The current zoning there is R40W, which requires about 40,000 square feet per unit, which is roughly a R1, what we would call R1. And then their request is for R1 city zoning with conditions. They're applying the Falls Watershed Protection Overlay District and then also the SHOD 1. This is within the Falls Lake watershed, and it's also in District A. For reference, information about utility location, and also for reference, site topography, there's no floodplain present on the site. Now the rezoning, this is the same physical area. It is inconsistent with future land use map and the comprehensive plan. Nonetheless, Planning Commission does recommend approval. So aerial view of the site here, so we're close to the Y, close to Bailiwick Elementary, some views of the site. So they've provided some conditions here. They're limiting their uses. They're limiting building height. They are limiting the amount of distance between I-540 and uses to be developed on the site. And they are also specifying compliance with green stormwater infrastructure requirements in the UDO, regardless of how that those regulations may change over time. So they're specifying that they would comply with whatever is currently in place. They've provided for a 15-foot wide landscape buffer along the boundary with 9300 Bailiwick Road, an adjacent parcel that's not controlled by the school. They have provided for cross-access with the existing Magellan School site. And then they have adjusted their block perimeter requirements to allow for a larger block perimeter. They are not, they're removing any residential entitlement that would have been here, and the maximum gross building square footage is increasing in the Wake County zoning that require a special use permit, and there'd be limits on the square footage. Again, this is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. It's inconsistent with the future land use map. There's no designation here because there's no expectation from a policy perspective that this would ever be brought into the city. However, it is consistent with the urban form map. They've offered that parkway frontage in step with the parkway designation on the urban form map. There are a handful of consistent policies here, but there are also some inconsistencies. So again, future land use map inconsistent, which typically triggers that LU 1.2. Eliminating the gaps is not in their favor because they have made that block perimeter adjustment. They are not consistent with the public utilities policy about service extension outside the city, and they are in conflict with two of the Falls Lake area-specific guidance policies around watershed zoning and watershed utilities. And also Raleigh Water is here tonight in case you have questions about those aspects. Just so you have some context for the Falls Lake watershed, so the everything north of the solid black line on this map is in the Falls Lake watershed boundary area. The primary area is north of 540, and the secondary area is south of 540. That's just some context to help you understand those area-specific guidance policies. The inconsistency here around the watershed zoning is that there's no new non-residential zoning permitted, endorsed by that particular policy. Planning, again, nonetheless, Planning Commission recommends approval. I would be happy to answer any questions you might have. Raleigh Water is also here to answer questions if you have those before you open the public hearing for the annexation and the rezoning and hear from the public.
All right. Any questions from councilors? Councilor Black.
Hi, this is in my district. So I just wanted to give Raleigh Water the chance to kind of voice their concerns publicly, just to kind of share that, because I know that was some of the concerns that were brought to me around this particular rezoning. So can you share the concerns you had? I saw it in the summary packet, but like, yeah.
Whit Wheeler, Raleigh Water. Good evening. Certainly, we're always concerned about extending water and sewer utilities beyond our established boundaries into our water supply watersheds. We're concerned about the precedent that sets. We're also concerned that water and sewer facilitates development, creates impervious area, and would result in a net increase in nitrogen discharge to our watershed.
Do you feel like this development will have like deep impact on our watershed or our water quality, drinking water?
The vast size of our watershed makes it difficult to predict how this small parcel would react. But again, when we establish those boundaries and we're trying to protect the entire watershed, we're concerned about the precedent of having that perpetuate.
Mm.
I have a question. If this was not annexed, could they still build there, and what could they build?
They could develop under county standards. Now, I did contact Aqua to find out if utilities were available. I think there may be some limited water available, but it did not sound like sewer was readily available.
But water's available, but basically, if this was not annexed, they could still build within that, but under county standards.
County standards, yes.
Okay.
And then when I was talking to the applicant about that, if they did build along with what Councilor Branch was saying, if they can't connect to water, would they be forced to create a septic system if they decided to build in that?
They would have to have on-site water and wastewater.
And would that be worse to have a septic in the watershed than to connect to the Raleigh water line that's right there?
It really depends on the geologic conditions, soil conditions. Our standards of not providing water and sewer into the watershed, there are natural barriers. There are some properties that just will not provide those areas. So those areas become undevelopable because utilities are not available. When utilities are available, they will develop to the maximum density.
I have a couple questions. So it's my understanding that currently this property is in one of our like donut holes of annexation. So there is water and sewer on the surrounding properties. Is that right?
It is adjacent, but it is not within our ETJ. I don't think it's actually a donut hole.
Okay.
correct me if I'm
It's
wrong
a
about it.
donut hole. It's a donut hole.
I think it is, but I could be wrong. But I've looked at the Barnum. Is that right?
Okay.
So we have it all around, and then it's my understanding that there is water across the street from the subject property.
The adjacent.
Yes.
The adjacent property.
And did any of these concerns come up at the Planning Commission? This may be a Bynum question.
We shared the same information with the Planning Commission, yes.
Okay. And they recommended unanimous approval? Okay. And then the last question I had is, one of the zoning conditions is they're still going to apply the Falls Watershed Protection Overlay District with this.
That's right. Part of their application of city zoning would include the overlay.
Okay,
That's right.
that's all I got until after the hearing.
Go ahead.
Did this zoning have stormwater concerns, or did I read that wrong in the? No.
Good evening. Not really stormwater concerns. They are offering to use green stormwater infrastructure no matter how much impervious they put down. By UDO standards, they would be able to make the site 24% impervious before they apply the green stormwater infrastructure design, or GSI. So they are offering up to treat the entire site, no matter what the impervious, with a green stormwater infrastructure.
Thank you.
Okay. So at this time, we will open the public hearing. It's 8 minutes per side. I'm actually going to flip it. I'm going to do the rezoning first. So I'm going to open the public hearing for the rezoning, because if we're not going to rezone it, there's no need to annex. So
One
we
thing, Mayor Pro Tem, just make sure you vote on
the annexation
right.
first, right? So we have the rezoning. We have one sign up in support, one sign up in opposition. We'll have 8 minutes per side. We have Ms. Beth Trejos first in support.
I'm short too. Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and Raleigh City Council members. My name is Beth Trejos. I'm an attorney with Nelson Mullins, and I'm here tonight on behalf of Magellan Charter School. I have with me Jessica O'Donovan, who's the principal of Magellan Charter School, Allie Pulley, who's the president of the school board, and various members of the Magellan board, including Susie Allaire, Jim Derrickson, and Mike Lauderhouse, as well as Brian Purdy and Hunter Freeman from McAdams, who've been working with us on this project. I'm going to talk about both things sort of mixed up together, the annexation and the zoning, in an effort to be efficient with your time. So I don't know if many of you are familiar with Magellan Charter School, but it serves students in grades 3 through 8 with a high quality education. U.S. News and World Report has named Magellan the #3 elementary and the #3 middle school in North Carolina. The Triangle Business Journal just named them in one of the top 10 most sought after schools in North Carolina, including private schools. So they are doing great work that is providing a significant public benefit to residents of the city of Raleigh and beyond. Magellan would very much like to have the opportunity to use the property that they own adjacent to their existing school as a part of a unified school campus. They would like to be part of the city. Property on 3 sides of them, let me sort of jump ahead here. You can see the city zoning. Property on 3 sides of this property is within the city limits. This is a donut hole. Being in the city will allow the school to use city utilities rather than having a well and septic tank. I would point out to you at the very corner on this site, right at the intersection of Bailiwick and Hunter Road, is a piece of property that the city annexed, I believe in 2013, because the homeowner there was no longer able to access water. So, having access to utilities is something that is important for this existing school, which utilizes utilities today. They exist. You can see, let me just sort of, well, maybe that's the best view. You can see the school building here. There are utilities here at the school building. I would also jump ahead to show you this picture. This is the property that's subject to the annexation before you today. You can see the Raleigh fire hydrant right there in the middle. So a Raleigh water line runs along the front of this property. So there is no need to bring utilities here. They're already here. In addition, this property is in what's called the Crescent, the area between Strickland and Falls of the Neuse Road and I-540 that the City Council has in prior iterations acknowledged as being unique. There is a City Council policy that was approved in 2009 that provides for annexations in these areas where development meets watershed policies, as we're proposing to do today, and so that's sort of one option, and there's a second option, or that are located adjacent to the existing contiguous limits of the city of Raleigh, and that are adjacent to or in close proximity with Raleigh water and sewer. This property meets both of those exceptions identified in your policy. So this property is eligible for annexation. It's policy, City Council Policy 2009, number 22. In terms of the zoning case, we are proposing to zone this property the exact same zoning district as the existing Magellan School. R1 with the Falls Watershed Protection Overlay District, and the SHOD 1, which is really related to the I-540 being in close proximity. We have offered, as you heard in our zoning conditions, additional protections beyond what the city code requires. And I would tell you that the city code and the county code are different. The city code has that 40% forestation requirement. That's not something that exists in the county. So we are going to meet the same stringent city requirements that all of this surrounding property meets. The YMCA, which is out here, is also subject to the Falls Watershed Protection Overlay District. We would meet those same requirements. I think Raleigh Utilities indicated in the staff report that the city previously approached the owner of this property, not Magellan, but the previous owner, and invited them to become a part of the city of Raleigh. And at that time, that landowner decided not to do that. If they had said yes, we wouldn't be here today. So if the answer years and years ago had been yes, this would be a part of the city of Raleigh, and we would not be having this discussion. So in terms of impact to the watershed, we would tell you that we are offering you something above and beyond what you have today. Utility staff says that Magellan Charter School shouldn't be given another opportunity to join the city of Raleigh. And we think that the elementary and middle school students at Magellan would recognize that stance as, under the law of the playground, as no takebacks, right? And so what we would suggest to you, or hope, is that your decision will not be made on that concept of no takebacks, that you will look at what Magellan is proposing to do that is more stringent than any of its neighbors, and that you will consider that in light of the public benefit that Magellan School offers the city at large. This property, whether in the city or in the county, will be used for school purposes. It could be better used if it were in the city, we believe. Each of you should have received by email from me letters in support from the school as well as from their PTA, and we would hope that you would support the annexation and zoning request. I'd reserve any time I might have left, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. We have any questions? All right. We have one sign up in opposition, Mr. Wong.
Yep. Not so much in opposition, but I'm just taking this opportunity to talk to you about my general concern with how the city plans to protect Falls Lake and its watershed in a larger context in the future. Because we all know Falls Lake is the drinking water source for the city of Raleigh. And this particular rezoning is for a school, not a high-density building that might contribute to exacerbation with eutrophication eutrophication to Falls Lake. So it's a different situation than what would generally be otherwise be worrying. So I appreciate that the school is going to ensure that a green stormwater infrastructure will be established. I think that's important, so I don't have anything against this, but I do hope that the school and the city make sure to follow through with the green stormwater infrastructure to protect Falls Lake. Now, going back to what I'm hoping to bring up today about the need to protect Falls Lake, I want the city council to start thinking about policy for land swap in the watershed. If there's not already a policy in place to ensure that the people in the city of Raleigh have safe water to drink, because without a policy, this could mean allowing for the city to set aside forestation rules in favor of more detrimental development. And in the context of Falls Lake, that could mean a future land swap that's very bad for the environment and for water supply. I have personally organized data from NCDEQ on the growth of cyanobacteria for my thesis. Commonly, cyanobacteria they're known as blue-green algae. And I've been looking at data from 2001 to 2022 with the Falls of News. It's a quick reminder that the Falls of News refers to some of the rapids that are part of the News River that flows out of Falls Lake. There's a specific genus of cyanobacteria known as Anabina that's been increasing in their population in the area over the past 20 years or so. So why is this a concern? Because there are species under these particular genus that's known to produce a compound called geosmin that can change the taste and odor of your drinking water. And there are specific species that's been identified quite often in Falls of News, according to the data I found, known as Anabina spheroides, that's known to produce anatoxin. And that's a form of neurotoxin that's been known to cause muscle convulsion and death by respiratory paralysis to domestic dogs, fish, cattle. Historically, you can look it up. And there's a reason why the anatoxin is known as very fast death factor. That leads to fish die-offs and creating dead zones in lakes and ponds. So now my data is really only preliminary. I do think more investigation is definitely needed to confirm the actual state of health of Falls Lake, Falls of News, and the surrounding areas. Now, Durham recently experienced a similar increase in algal bloom back in 2020, and they had to change their drinking water source from Little River to Lake Mickey. Now, they have 2 sources of drinking water. As far as I know, Raleigh only has 1. So I'm taking this opportunity again to just urge the city of Raleigh to start putting together a policy regarding land swap that will protect Falls Lake and its watershed. The USGS has determined that over 85% of the US population depends on municipal water supply to provide clean water to their homes and businesses, and that's nearly 270 million people relying on public water supply annually. The city should do what they can to protect drinking water supply, and algal bloom is only one of the many issues to be worried about when it comes to clean water. It'd be good to know how Raleigh Water has been monitoring Falls Lake and what they know regarding our drinking water supply. I know that we already have issues with communications with Raleigh Waters in terms of alerting residents on water main breaks, reaching out to folks during boil water advisories. So maybe in addition to doing a better job with communicating with residents on those aforementioned concerns, you might want to consider also keeping folks up to date on the presence of emerging contaminants, nutrient concentration, algal bloom. Include them in your future reports if you can. And if there are future rezonings that impact Falls Lake or Falls Lake watershed, all these relevant findings should be taken into consideration. It takes ongoing monitoring for this. And if Raleigh Water isn't monitoring Falls Lake, at least for the algal blooms, and having the capacity to identify what strains are present, they should. If they aren't documenting the presence of the population diversity algal blooms, they should. Climate change is real, and lots of algae love warm, stratified water. So make sure you are monitoring and documenting truthfully the health of Falls Lake and Falls Lake watershed. That's all I ask. Reach out to science departments in NC State if you have to. Make sure you have a policy in place concerning land swap and rezoning to protect Falls Lake and Falls Lake watershed. I can't stress it enough. I'm not here to just talk about this rezoning case. I'm here to talk to you about stop thinking in short-term gratification as profit seekers and business people tend to do, and start thinking long-term for the water that's being distributed to more than 600,000 people in Raleigh, Wendell, Garner, Roseville, Knightdale, and Wake Forest. So I leave it to you to decide what to do going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Those are the only two that have signed up in support and opposition. You had a minute 35 left. Is there anything you wanted to say?
Unless you have questions.
All right. You have a question? And again, this is on the rezoning public hearing.
Does anybody else have questions?
I just wanted to thank WA for your consideration of the watershed. It's very important to me as well, and so I'll make sure to have some follow-up conversations with Raleigh Water about that topic, and hopefully we can have some greater discussion among our council.
Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is hold this hearing first because we have to vote on annexation before we can vote on the actual rezoning. So now I'm going to open the hearing for the rezoning case. We had no one sign up in opposition. We had 2 sign up in support.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think, did we just do the hearing for the rezoning case?
Yes.
So you're opening for the annexation.
I'm sorry. Thank you. So we had 2 sign up in support. I have Beth Trojos, and I also have Del Monte Crawford. Is he still here? I thought I saw. Okay. So Beth, I have you first, and then Del Monte.
Kind of gave you my whole case. I'm not sure I have anything additional to add, but we would appreciate your support.
Okay. Thank you.
I feel like I'm walking into the principal's office on this one. But good evening, everyone. I hope you all are doing well. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Branch and Councilwoman Black. I hope you're doing well. So yes, I am supportive of the annexation, 4309 Baileywick and 4316 Baileywick Drive. I did have an opportunity to send I hope I had the opportunity to send the plan over to Councilwoman Black. If I did not, I hope you had the opportunity to review it. When I reviewed the information surrounding the watershed, I would like for you, Councilwoman Black and Councilwoman Harrison, to work with the City of Raleigh Water concerning any questions that they have. And to Councilwoman Harrison, you are correct. Juan, he did make a very valid point concerning the green water infrastructure. So I do hope that Mayor Pro Tem will bring the annexation to motion and that we can have all of the council vote to approve this. I am a supporter of charter schools, so I really, really do hope that we can get this pushed in District A, but I also want to make sure that Councilwoman Harrison and Councilwoman Black have the opportunity to work with Raleigh City Water and Sewage concerning any thing that they may have. Now, Mayor Pro Tem, I do have one question for the applicant. I know that there were regulations that they had to follow the 40% forestation. So within that, will residents in District A and the City of Raleigh be able to use some of that space as far as like the parks, maybe some walking trails over that way? But other than that, I am supportive of the annexation, and I hope that the council will approve. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. And I think for your question, I would definitely talk to the school because they own the property. So the council can't say how open it will be to the public, especially with young people on campus.
Thank you for that. So to the applicant, wherever you are. Oh, hey. If you can, just ask if maybe the residents can have some use, whether walking, exercise, things like that. District A actually has good parks, like Lake Lynn. They have
Can you take that offline with her?
10-4. Thank you.
No problem. All right. Again, we had no one that signed up in opposition for annexation. Any questions from council? If none, I close the hearing on the annexation. Is there a motion?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second to approve the annexation of AX 2621. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed have the same right. Motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk. We still had the rezoning of Z6421 that was open. I'm now closing that hearing for the rezoning. Is there a motion?
I first want to say something. Thank you, Mr. Huang, for your concerns around Raleigh drinking water. I have actually been at that exact podium months ago in opposition to development around some apartment complexes they wanted to build right on the edge of the lake that would have had runoff and possibly could have increased algae blooms, as well as just other ways that they are impacting our drinking water supply. So I think what you brought up were very, very valid concerns about the long-term effectiveness of how we are thinking about our drinking water and drinking water quality, especially with development in that area. But I do think that this is a very specific case. I think the conditions are good. I really respected the stormwater infrastructure that they are putting in place. Is actually higher than what is required. And so with that being said, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated February 7th, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed have the same right. Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we have rezoning Z1721.
Yes, sir. This is a request to rezone just under 18 acres. The current zoning here is a combination of RX4, CX3, and R10, and it's going to RX3 with conditions, RX4 with conditions, and NX5 with conditions. And I'm making a squinty face because my slide isn't looking like I expected, and so I'm going to do a little drawing for you. So roughly here and here are the boundaries. So the NX5 portion, I expected this to show up as pink for you, is in the southeast corner there at Bernard and Whitaker Mill. That's the proposed zoning. And then the remainder of the property with frontage along Bernard, the request is for RX3. And then the with conditions, all three areas have conditions. And then the bulk of the property, the request is for RX4 with conditions. I'm sorry, the map did not appear as expected. The Historic Development Commission reviewed an earlier version of this request. It had initially been submitted as a plan development request. And Planning Commission recommends approval of this current request also. Oh, look, there's the right version. All that drawing for nothing. Sorry about that. That's much prettier than what I was scribbling. So that's the situation of what's requested. This site is on the north side of Whitaker Mill, just west of Wake Forest Road. Currently, you can see the Whitaker Glen apartment buildings on the northern portion of the site, and then the Mayview facility is on the southern part of the site, closer to Whitaker Mill. And then there's some other lots that are not currently associated with Whitaker Glen and Mayview that generally front along Bernard Street that are being incorporated into the Whitaker Glen Mayview campus. So here's a view from Whitaker Mill Road, and then this is a view from Bernard Street. So this is the portion of the photograph that's in the zoning request. So they've offered some conditions here. They have limited their total non-residential uses by square foot. They have also limited the total number of dwelling units and said that those can only serve persons 55 and older. And then skilled nursing care units are excluded from that unit limit. They have provided for some crosswalks, provided they can get approval from the Raleigh Department of Transportation. I'll just show those here. So one is here in front of the 5 Point Center for, well, this is 5 Point Center for Active Adults, but you understand. And then another one across Bernard Street and one at Whitaker Glen at Bernard. And then other condition here requires a maximum setback of no more than 120 feet from Whitaker Mill and no more than a 90-foot setback from Bernard, and then limits parking between the buildings and both streets. So this is an approximation of something like a parking limited frontage, but they have not chosen to offer the full frontage designation, so that would include pedestrian-facing entrances and also some limits on signage. They have also increased their block perimeter. They've provided for a landscape buffer along the northern property line of the northernmost lot on Bernard Street. They are, in addition to meeting the regular standards of the code for the 2- and 10-year storm, they have promised to manage for the 25-year storm. They're offering sidewalks along the site's Bernard Street and Mills Street frontages. And then they have prohibited some uses for the NX5 conditional use property. So remember, that's the southeasternmost portion of the property. Currently has a flat top and 2-bay garage service style facility. So they've prohibited vehicle fuel sales, sales rental, and then also vehicle repair minor. So what is changing here? Their maximum number of units, because they have specifically limited their dwelling units, is going down. The office square footage total and retail square footage total, because of that condition limiting non-residential uses, is also bringing that down. So effectively a downzoning, although I would say that the skilled nursing care units, because there's no limit there, conceivably you could have a large number of those units on the site. So this is inconsistent with the institutional and moderate scale residential portions of the map. And I'll talk a little bit more about that as we move along. And then the choice to not provide a frontage is inconsistent with the frequent transit area designation for this property on the urban form map. So this is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan overall. The inconsistencies with the future land use map, the urban form map, are really driving that. There are a couple of consistent policies here, but the increase in block connectivity, the increase in block perimeter is tripping up this connectivity policy, as well as the eliminating gaps. The frontage policy and urban design guidelines also, again, tied to the not offering the frontage. And there were also some concerns expressed from RHDC around historic contributing structures that were tripping them up there as well. Nonetheless, Planning Commission did recommend approval. They saw a benefit to housing our 55 and older population to allow them to remain in the community. What questions could I answer for you before you open up the public hearing to hear from the applicant and the public that have signed up to speak?
So what, the person who was in opposition at the Planning Commission, what was their opposition based on?
It's really about that urban form. So what they have set up in the conditions and what generally can be expected in terms of walkability, being pedestrian friendly. So this is Whitaker Mill Road between 5 Points and Ironworks, and setting up an expectation for building setback pretty far from the street. I think that was really the big concern from Planning Commission about urban form and how this will impact the corridor overall.
Any other questions for staff? All right. We have 6 people sign up in support and 1 sign up in opposition to this case. I will open the public hearing, 8 minutes per side, for those in support first.
Good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem and Raleigh City Council members, Beth Trejos, Nelson Mullins. I'm here tonight on behalf of Pruitt Health. I have with me the project team, those folks that are signed up, Nicole Frazier and Tyler Arnold with Pruitt Health, Don Curry with Curry Engineering, Bryce Jennings and Jason Kimball with Foley Design, the project architects. They are here and signed up in case you wanted to talk to them, but do not expect a separate presentation. I'm going to just jump ahead to this existing and proposed site plan and talk with you about the case from this plan. What exists is on the left-hand side, and what Pruitt Health plans is on the right-hand side. The goal here is to extend the continuum of care at this existing retirement facility, which was built in the 1980s and is in need of some modernization and upfitting. So update the facilities, add the skilled nursing and more independent living units. In terms of the land use, there are, all of the uses that are proposed are permitted there today. There are existing general use zoning, which is pretty broad, the CX3, for instance, at the corner. So a wide variety of uses are permitted. We brought this zoning case really for 2 reasons. One, to allow for some additional height right at the corner of Whitaker Mill and Bernard. That limitation today is 3 stories. We propose 5 stories, but I share with you that the topography there is kind of a bowl, and so at Whitaker Mill, it will look as though it's 4 stories. And the second reason is to provide for a change to the block perimeter. What the code would require is a street connection between Whitaker Mill and Mill Street. And that is something that is concerning to Pruitt Health because of the campus nature of this retirement senior living community that includes memory care, Alzheimer's care, a fragile population, which sometimes needs to be segregated from the public. We've all seen that with the pandemic, and we know how important that is. In addition, we heard from our neighbors in our community meetings that no one wanted to see a street between Whitaker Mill and Mill Street. Apparently, there's concerns with traffic and also drag racing apparently on Whitaker Mill, and there's a concern that there might be some intrusion into the neighborhood. So those were our goals with regard to the zoning. We do recognize that this is a walkable area, and we want to encourage that both for our residents who are able to take advantage and for the broader community, and that's the reason for the additional commitment for the 3 cross-access ways that are not directly on our site, but they will facilitate movement. In addition to actually the striped cross-access ways, they have pedestrian refuges, which are sort of like concrete areas where a person can stand and be protected from busy streets. We hope they will also have a traffic calming effect in the area. You will notice that our proposed plan does bring the buildings a little closer to Whitaker Mill than they exist today, but provides for an opportunity for a drive aisle and 2 rows of parking along Whitaker Mill and a drive aisle and 1 row of parking along Bernard Street. And that again is because of this is a senior living facility where folks may have mobility issues and candidly are accustomed to driving where they want to go. And so having the ability to drive and park in close proximity to whatever door they might need to utilize is of great concern to them. As staff said, this really is a down zoning in that the conditions that we propose limit uses where there is a broad availability today, also provides certainty for our neighbor. You may be aware that some of the changes are actually happening now because they're permitted under the zoning. For instance, these buildings at the rear have already been renovated. And this pool is in for permitting right now. So we think that our proposed rezoning provides some significant public benefits, greater capacity and expansion of the continuum of care to satisfy the demand for senior living in the area, improved pedestrian safety as a result of the crosswalks, and maintaining the current streetscape, and a specimen tree along Whitaker Mill in line with the Wake County home. So the HDC and the Planning Commission recommend approval. We ask you for your support. We're available for any questions, and I would reserve any remaining time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Ms. Debbie Carrara come to speak in opposition.
Can you hear me okay? I'm from Raleigh. I grew up here, and I've lived in the 5 Points, Hayes-Barton area for 40 years. I like to think I don't look it, but I have been around a while. If you aren't familiar with the area, it's a neighborhood. And it used to be a diversified neighborhood with small houses. It's changed. And some of that is growth and density. We've split a lot of the lots in half. The houses are bigger. So some of us, my house is only 1,000 square feet, are getting dwarfed by these big houses. That's progress. And I understand we need more housing and we need more senior housing. I'm not arguing that point. I don't think a historic neighborhood is the right place. And if you drive through Hayes-Barton, 5 Points, we don't have any buildings right now that are 4 stories. The only one we have is the one building that is poorly constructed and poorly maintained that is associated with this program. We don't have any 5 stories, and I encourage you to go by there. There isn't enough of a dip that it's going to compensate for an entire story. I mean, that's ridiculous. 5 stories is going to look and feel like 5 stories. This is a neighborhood. And again, the 4-story building that they have back there isn't set back far enough. I mean, there's no housing on that side of the road. So you immediately start changing the spirit of the neighborhood. It changes. And I would also encourage, if you're looking for some place where these people have the opportunity to walk the neighborhood, and there's a fairly steep hill that's Whitaker Mill and a fairly steep hill that's Noble Road. It's not something that a senior is going to comfortably walk up and down. Noble Road, they just changed the speed limit. It's going to take them, I guess, about 6 months to put up the sign, but my neighbor's dog was recently hit. There's a church across the street from my house. I, on a regular basis, walk those people across the street because traffic is so aggressive. This is not some place where people are going to be getting out and about and walking in the neighborhood. It's just ridiculous. And anybody who knows the landscape of this area would know that. I split my time between here and Nags Head, and so I've missed some of this, but I have been soliciting and knocking on neighbors' doors and reaching out. I would encourage you at a minimum to give me time and opportunity to get more of my neighborhood involved. I haven't spoken with anybody who is pro having 4- and 5-story buildings in the neighborhood. It's not the spirit of the neighborhood. I think when the land was purchased, they knew those zoning regulations. So to come back now with a lot of money, the only people who are in here that are pro have a financial gain from this. They're not in here because they care about the neighborhood or they feel, any sort of gratitude for the area. We're right there by the Greenway. People ride their bikes on the street because the road is aggressive. There's a bike lane now on Whitaker Mill, but there's not one on Noble Road. I just think 4 or 5 stories is ridiculous in an area where there's none currently. I think they've overreached on what they want in this project, and I would hope that you all would recognize that. And at a minimum, give me opportunity to get more people involved with really letting their voices be heard. I've heard you all have been really great about that. This is my first opportunity coming to a meeting, so I'm a little green, but I appreciate the opportunity. And I'm open for questions or to give any more feedback if needed.
Thank you, definitely. Thank you for coming and speaking. Anything you would like to say? And you had some time left.
I'll be brief, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I believe we filed this case in April of 2021. Although I will tell you there was a pre-submittal meeting that I wasn't a part of held in 2020. After that time, we attended 5-point CAC meetings, I think 3 or possibly 4. There were several planning commission meetings. There was another neighborhood meeting. There were a number of opportunities to be involved, and I checked your sign-up sheet and didn't see that the speaker attended any of those meetings to provide her input. I would tell you that the existing zoning today is RX4. So the great majority of the site already permits 4-story buildings. It is just the piece at the corner that is zoned CX Commercial Mixed Use 3, the very most intense commercial zoning district that is limited to 3 stories. We are downzoning that to NX 5, allowing the additional height. And I do have the project architect here who can talk with you very briefly about the height to show you the studies that he has done to show that, yes, this will be 4 stories from Whitaker Mill.
Hello, I'm Bryce Jennings, the project architect on this job. I'd just like to kind of show this site section through here. Whitaker Mill is right here, if you guys can see where I'm pointing. That the assisted living building that's proposed to go on the corner will have a 13-foot drop floor to floor from the Whitaker Mill road height to get back. I'm sorry, we're right here. So it drops down a whole floor, and then the adjacent skilled nursing building aligns with that as well. So it steps down, and then that building in the back, the skilled nursing building, is actually, as you get closer to the neighborhood, it steps down to 3 stories. So we're really trying to take into account when the scale of the building gets smaller as we go back towards the neighborhood.
Thank you. Are there any? Oh.
And just one final point I forgot to share with you. We worked very closely with the Hyde Park Townhome ladies, and Barb Namaggio and Mary Ann Cohen were here tonight. They stayed until 8 o'clock to stand up in support, and they told me I could share that with you. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm close the hearing, bring it back to council. Any questions from councilors?
The only question I had is it looks like I'm on Google Maps. It's like an empty service station or something on the corner right now. Okay, that was just the only question I had.
Okay.
I have a comment, but
No, go
if
ahead.
you
No,
you
Please
ahead.
go. Please go.
I was just going to say, well, I'll just say it. Neighborhoods change, cities change. If a nurse once told me that if you're not changing or growing, you're dead. And so I'm happy to support this case. I quite frankly wish it were taller and closer to the street. I don't want to be on a council that votes no on senior care and helping people age in place. So I appreciate you bringing this to us, and I'm happy to support it.
Thank you, guys. This is in District East, so it's my district. I want to first thank you for coming and speaking your concerns. I have been part of the neighborhood meetings that this rezoning has been a part of for the last few months. So we have opened it up for any discussion, and there has been nothing but support except for, I know there was some concerns with the townhome community about buffer zones, but that was addressed with the tree buffer and making sure that they are not, it's not all the way in their backyard. I am very excited about the traffic calming, about the crosswalks. I really feel that the community benefits do outweigh this in what it's bringing to the area for all the reasons that we have considered and discussed previously. So I am in full support of moving this forward. And if there's any questions, I'd like to motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated February 7th, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed have the same right. Motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk. Next, we have rezoning Z2422.
Yes, so we're going to move just east down Whitaker Mill Road to Whitaker Mill and Ironworks. This is a request to rezone just under 17 acres from CX7 with a parking limited frontage to a combination of CX7 with conditions and CX20 with conditions. This is consistent with the future land use map and the comprehensive plan. The Planning Commission does recommend approval. So I wanted to show you the proposed zoning for the parcels on the western side of this drawing are going to be CX7 with conditions, and the parcels on the eastern or southeastern side here that butt up against the railroad tracks are proposed for CX20 with conditions, just to help you understand what's what in the zoning request. So this is a view of the site. You can see we're on the east of Wake Forest Road, on the mostly on the north side of the terminus and north side of Whitaker Mill Road, and right up against the railroad there on the west side of Capitol Boulevard. So pretty close to downtown. This is a couple of views of the site. So this is a view looking north on Atlantic, another view north on East Whitaker Mill, looking south on Atlantic, and also looking south on Ironworks Drive. So they have prohibited some uses, required a bike share station for up to 10 bicycles, and they have provided for funding for a sidewalk along Peden Steel Drive if their development exceeds 7 stories. And so what is going on here with the entitlement here, the residential density is increasing significantly. The office square footage is also increasing, and as is the retail square footage. There's no change to the setbacks here to speak of. So this is removing the parking limited frontage, and that's putting them in conflict with the urban form designations here. But they do have a work ongoing, which is really meaning, I would say, meaning the spirit of the frontage, even though the frontage is being removed. This is no longer correct. There have been some modifications to the case since this slide was updated, so this is consistent with the plan and consistent with the future land use map, even though the urban form map is inconsistent. So a handful of consistent policies here. Still a couple of outstanding inconsistencies, but consistent with the plan overall. Planning Commission does recommend approval. What questions could I answer for you before you open the public hearing and hear from the applicants?
So I do know, and I think it speaks here on the slide, I guess the one vote was related to pedestrian access.
Yes, sir. So the sidewalk condition that they've offered really puts the kind of ball in the city's court about when we build those improvements. And I think just if you go back and think about, I think we can see better in one of these aerials maybe. This is a challenging site because of the railroad, right? It's just kind of a dead end there. Atlantic is not super friendly right now. And I think the cross access to the north and south is evolving, right? It's not there yet. And I think the applicant can talk some about plans they have in the works to improve some of the connectivity here. Yep.
Any other counselors have questions for staff?
Yeah, I wonder if you could talk about the funding in lieu of the sidewalk. So like how much funding would be coming for that? How does that get decided?
They've specified a dollar amount that they have to pay regardless to the city if they hit if their development is taller than the 7 stories.
Sorry, what is that dollar amount? I must have missed it.
It's $175,000.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You have a question?
Yes. I did. So I took a little deep dive, and I had some concerns about stormwater. I know up Atlantic Avenue, they have flooding that happens along that area. And in here, stormwater did identify potential negative impacts specific to this request, specifically both the structural 1809 Capitol Boulevard and non-structural 1892 Capitol Boulevard flooding has been recorded downstream of this site. And I think it's just like on the other side up the map a little bit. And then even more to that point, it goes on to say, like, due to the impervious cover predating stormwater management's requirements, new developments will have little to no requirements for managing the quantity of stormwater runoff leaving the site. So I would just love to hear from the stormwater people to like understand more about these concerns as they put them in the document.
Sure. Ben Brown is here, and also Wayne Miles from Stormwater. Looks like Ben's coming up to answer your questions.
Good evening. Yeah, so there is structural flooding downstream, so that automatically triggers that for any increase in impervious, they will have to detain the 100-year storm on site. But as you noted in your reading, because the site's mostly impervious, if they don't increase the impervious, then they won't be detaining that much stormwater, because per state rule, the UDO cannot regulate existing impervious, but other conditions offered could do that, but currently there's no other conditions offered.
So there's potential for more flooding right there because there's going to be more impervious.
Well, if there is more impervious, that increase will be covered, but the existing problems will not be covered by that 100-year storm requirement. So if they do increase their impervious with this new zoning, then yes, we will capture that difference and make them detain up to the 100-year storm. But if they don't increase their impervious, then that UDO requirement doesn't kick in, I guess.
Okay.
Would be the best way
So
to say it.
basically, they can't make it worse than what it currently is.
Correct. Per UDO.
Okay. All right. Well, any other questions from counselors? All right.
I don't know if this might be for the applicant. Has there been discussion about making it better? I'd just be curious.
All right. We'll open the hearing now. Let the applicant address the concerns and presentation.
Actually, if we can just leave up, sorry to whoever's doing it, if we can just leave it up on the city's presentation, that'd be great. Thank you. Appreciate that. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Branch, members of council, Michael Birch with Longleaf Law Partners. Also here this evening is Ann Stoddard with Grubb Ventures, the developer of the Raleigh Ironworks project and Dock 1053 across Atlantic Avenue. So I will make sure to cover some of the questions I heard about stormwater, and we'll also touch on the pedestrian kind of infrastructure condition and how he came up with that number as well. Providing a little context, this area historically, right, an industrial area, has been in transition since really since Dock 1053 was rehabilitated and reused, opening in the 2017 timeframe. Of course, phase one, here's Dock 1053 here. Of course, phase one of the project, the offices are now open with restaurants and retail coming online, and of course the residential as well. And within the last year or so, you have the approval of the East End Market development, mixed-use development with residential, office, retail, the first phase of which is open, as well as towards the end of last year, the approval of CX20 on the warehouse immediately south of the site. As noted in the staff, site is in this area, this district is largely constrained by one railroad here, and of course we also have future high-speed rail corridor there to the west of the site, and of course Atlantic Avenue, and I'll kind of touch on how that influenced where we ended up on our condition. I do just want to kind of highlight and emphasize that for this area, there's kind of two aspects to the request. For the area that is kind of within that bolded area, we are maintaining the height. We are only removing the parking limited frontage. The purpose of that is because of its limitations on signage that don't really make sense in this context. But as staff noted, the new development, the reuse of the existing buildings plus the new residential development, those are actually kind of more urban in pattern than the parking limited would even require. There's no parking between the buildings and the street. They've installed the sidewalk along Atlantic Avenue, so the development pattern is actually more urban than what the parking limited would allow. And so really the height request is on just the kind of half of the site. So I'll touch first on the pedestrian infrastructure comment. This was raised right as we were about to go to Planning Commission in the fall of last year. We pressed pause, worked with staff for 3 months, trying to see if there was a way that we could actually commit to an off-site improvement, something that could actually be constructed. I think we looked at 7 different options that included, improving, making a sidewalk along Peden Steel, maybe some improvements along Laurelbrook out to Hodges, as well as, again, getting to the west. But there are essentially every option requires the consent of either North Carolina Department of Transportation, North Carolina Railroad, or a private party, like the owner of this property here along Peden Steel. And so we were comfortable from a condition standpoint saying that we were going to go do this thing when we actually didn't have the ability to go construct that improvement because it was subject to the approval of another party. And Grub Ventures is well versed. They've been trying to get North Carolina Railroad consent to make pedestrian improvements along this rail spur to connect up to Hodges for over 2 years with really very little movement. So what we did is we took recent unit costs for the sidewalk that Grubb installed along Atlantic Avenue, and then used the linear footage for the Peden Road length, and that came out to about $125,000, and then we added another $50,000 just for contingency. So that's how we arrived at the amount. It was related to kind of that improvement, but again, the fee is not limited to that specific improvement. I also want to highlight just the improvements that already have been made, continue to be made, will be required by future phases. Again, sidewalk along Atlantic, sidewalk along this portion of Whitaker Mill that has been constructed, and a portion along Wicker here, as well as construction and sidewalks along Ironworks Drive. As part of the Phase 2, they will be extending Whitaker Mill Road, sidewalks, extending Ironworks Drive, sidewalks. As part of any kind of future redevelopment across the street, sidewalk requirements would be triggered. Grub Ventures has been pursuing with city staff that will ultimately come to city council, the ability to construct a pedestrian bridge over Atlantic Avenue that would connect the 2 sides. That would be subject to a public access easement. There would also be public access easements on both sides of the bridge to ensure public access, to and from the bridge, to and from the public right-of-way. So making it truly a public pedestrian bridge that will provide safe access across Atlantic Avenue. And I also just want to note, because there is future, existing transit service along Wake Forest Road, there's a grade separation project along East Whitaker Mill that will improve pedestrian safety to get over to that Route 2 on Wake Forest Road. This issue of kind of pedestrian infrastructure in this area, which I think more than anything is what the dissenting vote at Planning Commission was about this kind of larger area, recognizing that, the city may have BRT at this location, although it may be along Atlantic, that is still up in the air. But if it is over at Capitol and Crabtree, right, solving the pedestrian issue from this district over there is a much bigger issue, not something that can be borne by just one project. But again, through the conditions, through other things that Grubb is doing as part of the Phase 1, Phase 2, future Doc 1053, they're certainly committed to making improvements to the pedestrian infrastructure here. So on the subject of stormwater, so I believe the issue is with this property down here. We have met on site with the owners of that building and talked about the issues that they've experienced. They've actually made some improvements on their property. I think they've also had conversations with the city. And my understanding, it really relates to some undersized pipes in Capitol Boulevard.
Since her question, you have a question for him about stormwater, so we'll let him finish answering that question.
So, in talking with those owners, we understand that it's an issue with, again, I think some undersized pipes down Capitol Boulevard, kind of way off-site. Again, they've made some improvements, I think, since those initial issues that have helped out largely kind of in that back parking lot area. They recognized and understood that it was something that needed to be kind of dealt with outside of this process because it involves not only stormwater from this site, but also from the warehouse property as well. And we are involved with them during that rezoning process. So I think as you heard staff say, we can't make it any worse. If we do add impervious, that triggers the detaining to the 100-year storm event. And I think there's just some, again, willingness to kind of doing some ongoing communication with Mr. Parker, Mr. Bailey that own that property to work with them and see, one, what if anything can be done on their property now, or is it a bigger issue with pipe sizing
Thank you.
down the line?
So I have a question, and I may need your help in answering this question because I was here when this case first came through in rezoning. And I know there's been a big question about housing and affordability as well. Can you speak to what this project is?
You mean kind of talk to phase two?
Yeah,
So,
yes.
So, well, let me just kind of recap. Phase one, about 190,000 square feet of office, ultimately about 55,000 square feet of retail restaurant space, and the new residential is about 220 units. Phase two, again, which is kind of in this area here, again, initially, and just to provide a little background, this site was actually zoned under zone 7 stories through the citywide remapping process. Initially, this portion of the site was envisioned for office. Of course, as I'm sure you've heard from all the market updates, et cetera, there's not much demand for office. There's obviously very high demand for housing in this area. By allowing for the additional height, in many instances, particularly in an urban environment like this, the 7 stories doesn't make that much sense because of a lot of the construction type. And so being able to go higher provides the flexibility to accommodate those units differently and to kind of absorb a lot of the cost of, again, whether it's parking or other kind of improvements that are required to accommodate that amount of housing. So I think the vision now is shifting from office to a residential component in phase two. And I'm sure Ann will yell at me if I misstated anything. So.
You have a question, Councilwoman Black?
So yeah, I think housing's great, and I like that it's along with the corridor development, it has access to transit, it supports walkable neighborhoods. So I guess the question is just like, why no affordable housing here? Like, what brought you to that decision to not want it there? Because it seems like it would be a really good place to try to put some.
Right. Again, I think part of it has been, again, while we're allowing housing, not knowing whether it will definitely be housing in the future. And I think there's also a lack of housing in this immediate area, this district. So we're certainly increasing the supply here. And again, I think we're willing to have a conversation, about affordability. It's something that, has not been part of this case to date, but we're willing to have that conversation.
I don't have a question and the hearing's still open, so I'll wait.
Okay. Any other questions, counselors?
Can someone tell me, where does the 175K go? Does that stay in that area to be used for pedestrian sidewalk improvements, or could that go anywhere just in our general sidewalk transportation fund?
That's a staff question.
Well, and it's in the condition pretty specifically.
So we had a lot of conversation with staff about this. We cannot, through a condition, obligate the city to spend that money in a specific way or for, in a specific purpose. We tried through the language to, from a policy support standpoint, say why we are providing this money. Ultimately, that money is contributed to the city, and then the city council has a policy choice to make as to how to allocate or spend that money.
Counselor Patton.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. So there's both the sidewalks that you will create that you showed us in green and additional fee in lieu.
That's correct. So the fee in lieu is for an off-site improvement.
Got it. I just wanted to ensure that I
Yes.
understood it was both. So
Right. That is not in lieu of any kind of on-site, code-required improvements that are required. Correct.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to close the hearing, bring it back. Okay, your question?
Yeah, so you said conversation in the future around affordability. If we approve this zoning, will there be space for conversations for affordability after the rezoning is approved?
There's always space, but the zoning case wouldn't be a tool used for that.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I'm sorry, Councilman.
And I do just want to lift
Hold on
up,
a second.
oh, sorry.
Hold on a second.
Well, you can go ahead, because I have a whole, mine's not really a question, it's observations. Go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick, I want to lift up what Council Member Mary Black is just bringing up in terms of this affordability question. And I think, it's tough because we're coming in new. I know there's been lots of discussions on this, for a while. But that affordability piece, when we are getting to, a building that could be as high as 20 stories, I think there is opportunity for affordability. And so that's just something I think for our council to consider. What does that look like, and what are opportunities to work with our developers on that, earlier in the process?
Let you go before I make my comments.
I have several thoughts on this case, and I agree with the comments that I'm hearing from the table. Just, I think, a slightly different perspective. We know that at some point we will be planning for bus rapid transit in this area, and we're going to be doing, I assume, that this work will continue, mapping our transit overlay districts, our equitable development around transit fund. The transit overlay district does include density bonuses for affordability and also regulates certain uses that are not allowed, like drive-throughs and things that you don't want along transit. So I do think there is going to be future opportunities along this corridor. When I look at this site, it is all industrial right now. And so there's no housing here. So in two ways, that's helpful, I think, to this discussion, because it's not displacing anyone. It's not replacing any naturally occurring affordable housing. And quite frankly, it's producing housing in an area where none exists right now. And so for me, I think my primary concern right now is the pedestrian connectivity, access, and safety. Because that is, I think, a glaring omission at this current stage. But what I don't think we're going to do is we're not going to solve that problem with just one rezoning case. And I think that the applicant's been very intentional about offering not only the code requirements for the pedestrian improvements that will be located on site, but a fee for some off-site improvements. And I have heard this discussion of a pedestrian bridge for a while. We finally have bike lanes going up Atlantic, and that's great, because now I feel safer when I bike up this way, and I do fairly often. But there is more work that needs to be done, particularly between Wake Forest Road and Atlantic. That East Whitaker Mill Road area pretty much lacks sidewalks. And if we ask the developers to do it piecemeal, we're going to get those types of sidewalks that run for like 15 feet, then stop. And so I think the city has a duty here to be looking at this holistically. And so what I would like to do I'm in support of this case, but I would also, independently of that, I would like to ask staff to look at this area, I guess particularly Wake Forest to Atlantic, and then maybe Atlantic on over to Capitol, about what we can do in the short term and in the long term. Obviously, if bus rapid transit's going up that way, there's going to be substantial built changes. But, and I don't mean this dismissively, but we don't need like a 2-year study on this. Like, we know we need some sidewalks and a crosswalk. We know we're going to have to coordinate with NCDOT. If we can be like the quarterback or the point guard on this, and working with groups like Grub that has already committed the funds and the vision, if staff could bring that back to us, like what is the plan, what is a potential funding mechanism, I think that needs to happen independently but concurrently with these rezonings.
Thank you for that. One thing I want to say is, again, this was a very high industrial area, and I have a question. I know the recycle plant used to be there, but what predated that? Because I know we've been looking a lot through environmental needs and where we place our affordable housing. So could you speak to what was actually at this site for it to have been industrial?
Yes. So prior to the metal recycling facility, it was a steel fabrication facility. That, and its use of the site as that, led to it being a brownfield site. And so remediation has occurred on site pursuant to that brownfields agreement.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilor Fort.
Just kind of want to do a cautionary note, Councilmember Milton, as relates to the sidewalks. I mean, we've got a number of areas throughout the city where people are putting pressure on us about adding sidewalks and connectivity. So even though understanding things that are coming in this corridor, we can't necessarily leapfrog over some of the other areas where people have been asking and putting pressure on us. So as staff is doing that evaluation, I think it'd be important to make sure we're keeping the other areas of the city where there may be a higher priority in mind as well. So just kind of want to make sure I lift that up for staff, that we got to keep all of the areas with sidewalk requests and whatever those priorities are, just making sure we're aware of those.
Councilor Harris. Councilor Jones.
I just wanted to piggyback off of Councilor Ford, and how do we, I don't know the answer to this, but how do we expand that? So just from a walkability, that's something that we're really passionate about, and we want to make our city walkable. How do we do it on a broader scale? How do we, we have, and I know this isn't the same thing, but we had the Greenway Master Plan, looking at the entire city as a master plan. How do we make a plan that then, as development comes, it can then attach to the plan that's already in place instead of piecemealing it?
So to speak to that and to move the point along, a couple things. One, I know transportation staff is already looking at this area and looking at sidewalk improvements and things overall. Two, based upon our current UDO and everything that is in it, if you build a new road or do anything new, you have to do the sidewalk part of your property. So that's a requirement that's there. So if a sidewalk never existed, it has to come in. Three, our transportation bond really has been our major vehicle to get the funding in order to fully implement sidewalks improvement across the city. So I know there's conversation about the next transportation bond. Let's get through what we're dealing with now before we get there. That's my stance, because we got to build out the projects we have. But are there any more questions related to this zoning case? Thank you for sharing the information that how this used to be a brownfield and how you use brownfield credits to move this project forward, and that is commercial. With that said, this is in District C as well. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated February 7th, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption effective dates described in the agenda items under recommended action. It's been moved and properly second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? All right, it's 1 nay, 6 1 vote. Councilwoman Black voted in the negative. All right. Thank you. We are halfway through our zoning cases. Just so you, everyone is aware. And we have a group here that I know has a case. The next one is rezoning Z4122, and this case has no one signed up in opposition. So we will let staff present, and just Mark Frederick, who's here in support, remember that no one signed up in opposition.
This is Z4122 on the west side of Old Milburnie Road. It's 2 parcels. This is a request to rezone just under 12 acres from R4 to RX4 with conditions. It is inconsistent with the future land use map and the comprehensive plan. Nonetheless, Planning Commission recommends approval. I became aware today of some fire service issues for this site. And so just from the outset, I would encourage you to treat this as we have treated some other sites that have fire service concerns. Consider continuing the public hearing to March 21st, as we have treated some other items. So this is just outside 540, adjacent to Nightdale on the west side of Old Milburnie Road. A couple of views of the site. They have limited residential density to no more than 25 units an acre. This is inconsistent with the low-scale residential designation on the future land use map here, and it is inconsistent with the future comprehensive plan overall. There are some consistent policies here, but the future land use map and zoning consistency policy is triggered as inconsistent, and then zoning of annexed lands, the relative density that they're looking for in relationship to services, mixed use in Raleigh is just not really sort of an outstanding issue with that policy. Nonetheless, Planning Commission does recommend approval, and I'm happy to answer questions you might have before you hear from the applicant.
I just have one question, just make sure I'm sure. Is this in or not in the city limits?
I can tell you.
It's not.
It's not?
I don't think it is.
Okay. So I'm assuming the applicant will probably have a future annexation.
That would come later, yes, sir.
Okay. Can we?
How are we zoning it before it's in the ETJ? Okay, it's in the
It's in our ETJ.
That's how we're doing it.
Extraterritorial jurisdiction.
Okay. So what I will do now is I'll go ahead and open up the hearing. We have Mark Frederick speak in support.
Can I ask one staff question
Yes, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Bynum. Can you speak to, I have so far in my short tenure seen the annexations and rezonings come together, or the annexation come first. What, if any, consequences are there for having the annexation come secondarily?
So this already has city zoning on it. They're asking to change the city zoning. If they develop without annexation, they still have to develop to city standards. They just don't have access to water and sewer. They would not be eligible for city services like fire. Oftentimes we find when folks are in the property is in the ETJ, folks want to get their entitlement together and through rezoning and also through site plan and even permitting before they move on annexation to delay paying property tax until the property is actually going to be developed.
Got it. So there's, in your mind, little risk that this is going to become a future donut hole? That they will likely pursue the annexation so that they can have city
Given that they
services?
are asking for RX4 zoning, so it's pretty difficult to develop without municipal water, denser than about 1 unit per acre. Just the physical area you need to support the septic system, that's the private septic system. So yes, given that they're pursuing RX4, I would expect that there is an annexation in our future.
All right, thank you.
I actually have one question for our staff, and it's the fire chief or whoever hears for fire. This property I know is being developed directly across from Nightdale city limits, where I know they're building a shopping center and things of that nature. How would mutual aid be used? Like, this is directly across the street. Would mutual aid be used for this, or would we still be the primary for this site, even though it's in our ETJ and it's currently not in our city limits?
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, City Manager, Council, Herbert Griffin, Fire Chief. This would be a mutual aid agreement with Wake County, existing at the Wake County dispatch.
Okay, with Wake County. Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
All right, we'll now open the hearing for the applicant. And also keep in mind that this one may be held open until March 21st.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of council. I'm Mark Frederick with Parker Poe, Adams and Bernstein at 301 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27601. I do have a very brief presentation, but I would like to touch on the fire department issues. We do understand those issues. We have been following those issues over the past few weeks. I would ask that you consider to take action on this case tonight, though. It is distinguishable mainly because we have not filed the annexation petition yet. So regardless of approval of this rezoning case, the city is technically not legally obligated to provide fire department services to the site until that annexation is approved. Obviously, the ideal situation is to annex in the future, but knowing that even if we do submit an annexation petition tomorrow, we would be lumped in those other cases and be held up regardless. So we would ask that you take action on the rezoning case now. But I would like to run through a brief presentation. Even if we do delay this case, I would ask that we do have discussions on this case tonight, so we may have the time to, that extra time to address any concerns if there are any. So again, this is a request to rezone this site from R4 to RX4 CU with a residential density cap of 25 units per acre. There are two main factors for why we've requested this rezoning. The first is the realignment of several roads in the area. So the rezoning case, the rezoning site is in the center of the center of the aerial. It's wedged between 540 on its west side and Old Mill Bernie on its east side. Forestville Road is proposed to be realigned along the northern edge of the rezoning site. And to coincide with a future interchange with 540. These facts actually provide they provide a lot of connectivity to the Greater Triangle area in general, as well as to downtown Raleigh via Skycrest Drive in the future. The other factor that we considered when proposing this rezoning is that Allen Park community that has been approved in Knightdale. That is a 600-unit residential development. As you know, this area is changing drastically with primarily single-family residential units. We see this as a great opportunity to provide some additional housing variety in the area. So that apartment use would be directly across the street from that limited amount of neighborhood scale commercial uses in Allen Park. So again, we think the additional connectivity of this site to the Triangle area and downtown Raleigh, as well as just the changing circumstances in this area, provide justification for additional density on this site. Again, this case is consistent with the comprehensive plan. There is no opposition to the case, so we would request that you do approve this case tonight, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Again, no one signed up in opposition, and this is in District B. So, Councilor.
Yeah, I want to thank you for giving us this presentation. I do think I'm going to hold this until after the fire service presentation, but I do think at that time, this is an appropriate place to put housing. It's been cleared for agriculture, so there is neither a forested area nor existing housing that we need to be protecting. So I think this is an appropriate area for this, and I am excited for the services that will be nearby as that Allen Park community is developed. I think there will be grocery and other amenities for those residents. So after we hear about fire, I think I will likely be in support of this, but until we have that information, I don't feel confident taking any action. I want to make sure that we can provide adequate fire service to all our residents. So that'll be my.
Is that your motion?
Is that my, do I need to make a motion? Yes. Yes, that's my motion.
Yeah, with the consistency statement.
Well, no,
No, no,
she's
I'm
she's
holding
holding
it.
this until March
Oh, okay,
21st.
okay.
So your motion is to
yeah,
hold
you have
this.
to make a motion for that.
Okay,
yes.
I make a motion to hold this at the table until March 21st.
And we'll keep it open. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and properly second to hold this case until March 21st. City Council meeting. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed have the same right. Motion carries. Thank you. Z6422, 4424 Landmine Road. No one has signed up in opposition.
This is a request to rezone just under an acre from R4 to RX4 with a parking limited frontage. It's a general use case, there are no conditions. It is consistent with the future land use map and comprehensive plan. Overall, the Planning Commission does recommend approval. This is on the east side of Lead Mine, opposite Marriott Drive. We're just north Glenwood Avenue here. You may remember the RX4 PL conditional use case to the north of this that was approved not too in the previous council term. Aerial view of the site. So the Overture Apartments are across the street here. Inman Park is to the north. A couple of views from the street here. Philcrest is a county-maintained, a county road. It's in the county's jurisdiction. It's not a public, not a city, not developed to city standards or maintained by the city. So what's changing here? The maximum number of residential units is going up. The office square footage and the retail square footage are being added. There's no office or retail entitlement currently, and so remember, this is less than an acre. And so the potential here, particularly with the parking limited frontage, is relatively modest. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan overall, and Planning Commission recommends approval. What questions could I answer for you before you open the hearing and hear from the applicant?
Hey, so I went out, talked to some of the residents, specifically along the Philcrest Drive area. They're really concerned about car accidents. There's been some car accidents that have happened there. It's a really, really, it's kind of a winding country road that ends up in a very, high transit traffic area right there on Lead Mine. So with the rezoning, is there any sort of improvements that could be made to Philcrest? I know it's a county road. But
so I'm just going to go back to the, I think you can see it best here. So Philcrest runs along the north side of the property there, and any developments they make to property are likely to require improvements of Philcrest for their frontage on Philcrest, but nothing beyond the property in question.
Okay.
And there's Raleigh Transportation staff here if you want to dig much deeper than that.
I feel like I read I could be hallucinating. It is getting late, but I feel like I read that the designation of Philcrest would change to a city road.
Right. The development the improvements required as part of development on the site would lead to dedication of right away to the city. I would expect. I'm going to just look over my shoulder real quick. Is that true? You want? It's more complicated than that. I apologize.
Excuse me, Jason Myers in Transportation. A Tier 3 site plan would require them to make improvements consistent with our standard. The actual transfer of maintenance of that is a little bit more complicated thing involving a Board of Transportation action, a City Council action, and the actual right-of-way to be annexed into the city limits. And I don't know the status of the right-of-way, whether it is in the city limits or not. But there is a site plan approved for the site to the north that has those improvements. It has been determined through that site plan to be a neighborhood yield street, so 2 full lanes of travel. Theoretically, if people wanted on-street park, there's still room to get cars around. A left turn lane and a right turn lane, along with the in lane, along with with sidewalks on their side. The other side, if it had a Tier 3 site plan, would make similar improvements and widen things out to that full section, curb and gutter, and sidewalk on that side.
And this is on Philcrest?
Yes, for this portion of Philcrest.
Okay.
The rest of Philcrest is not really a part of this case.
I think that's like the most concerning part. Like it's a really steep curvature. So those are like my serious concerns. Just like the residents, nobody came because I went and talked to them and they're like, like our concerns don't really matter. But I just wanted to make sure that I brought them to the table because I don't want anybody to die.
I just want to provide some information about disposition of this parcel currently. So like the previous case, this property is in our ETJ, but this is not actually in the city limits, and most of the neighborhood back along Philcrest is not. So while they have not brought forward their annexation petition yet for this site, I expect that they would to develop to the OX4 standards that they're requesting. And at that time, the right-of-way, at least along the frontage of the parcel, would come into city limits as part of annexation.
Okay. Councilor Milton.
Just want to make sure I understand, because I was having flashbacks when we started talking about Philcrest Road, because we approved a case on the other side 2-3 years ago. So I've walked this Philcrest Road, and the further you get back, it becomes almost like farmland. I don't know a better way to describe it, but it's odd because it's right by Crabtree Valley Mall. But what I'm understanding is the case we approved on the other side, their approved site plan now has improvements for their side of the street. And so if we approve this case, then they will have to make similar improvements to their side of the street.
Correct.
And so once those both are approved, then both sides of Philcrest will then no longer feel as scary, at least until, where you drew that line is where it starts to become very oddly
And so
farmland.
the improvements are kind of between the lines
Got
here. Right.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. All right, I now open the hearing. No one signed up in opposition. We have 3 people sign up in support. I'll let Ms. Stewart, Attorney Stewart.
Good evening, Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group, 421 Fayetteville Street. I am here this evening with Elias Stockliff as well as Joe Saba, the owner of the property, and neither is anticipating speaking, so they're available for questions. I'll go through my presentation briefly this evening, beginning with a tour of the area just to understand the context for this. I want to point out that the parcels that are highlighted on your screen, those are the Walton Wood project that you saw previously. That is not the subject site, which is below it there, outlined in the black. So because the Walton Wood is not there yet, we do have the site plan with Philcrest, or south is to the right here. So you can see how that will align and make those street improvements. And then, of course, we have the south view from Philcrest. And then to go across the street to the Overture Apartments, just up to the north, the Crabtree overlook at 6 stories, and Candlewood Suites also across the street from this site. And here you can see the Overture and the Candlewood Suites directly across the street from the site. And there's the developable area of the site right there. So the request is for office mixed use, and across the street is that commercial mixed use. So I wanted to draw your attention to point 3 here on your screen of what the office mixed use district does in the UDO. It is intended to serve as a transition between other mixed use districts and residential neighborhoods. And that's what we have here. So across the street, we have that commercial mixed use district that has a much broader list of permitted uses than the OX district does, as well as we have a 12-story permitted height and then the 4-story permitted height. The future land use map also acknowledges the need for a transition here and treating this lead mine frontage differently from the neighborhood behind it. So in addition to all policies being consistent with this request, there are also a few additional protections here for the neighbors to the east and to the south. We have the neighborhood transition. You're familiar with that. There is a stream on the eastern end of the site, which comes with the stream buffer, so 50 foot on each side of that. Also, the light controls that essentially prohibit light from spilling onto an R district from a mixed-use district. And we've asked to apply the parking limited frontage, and this will have the effect of pulling the building up to Lead Mine Road. The front of that building can't be more than 100 feet from Lead Mine. So all of these factors serve to push any development of the site toward Lead Mine and away from that residential neighborhood. So with that, I will leave the presentation there and be available for questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions from council?
Still concerned about traffic. Not even traffic, just like people getting hit by cars. So with the curve of the road, when you're at Lead Mine, it curves around, so you kind of have to like look backwards. Is there anything that can be addressed? Or like, I'm worried that the building will block the view. Do you think that will be a problem?
Yeah, so one thing that we've heard, and we do have transportation staff who can say more about it, we've heard through the process that we would be required to achieve a sight distance triangle at that corner, and that doesn't exist today.
Okay. Yeah, there's problems with that there now. Can the transportation people talk to me about that? Thanks.
Yes, that is one of the many site plan standards our transportation department reviews and site plans is to verify that there is site distances. Sometimes that requires an easement over private property to prevent things from being in that easement triangle area. And that is actually a feature of the approved site plan to the north to address the site distance issues on their half of the site.
On the assisted living side?
I'm actually not familiar with I think it is an assisted living. Yeah. I'm just looking at squares for buildings
I'm
at this
sorry.
point. Yeah.
I was out there talking to people yesterday, so
Yes.
they were like, it's going to be assisted living. So I know.
I think that's correct now that I'm remembering.
Okay. Any more questions from counselors?
Yeah, just real quick, for Ms. Stewart, you were mentioning that there is a buffer, there's a creek there. I see a lot of impervious surface, across the road, just west of Lead Mine. And I'm curious what the tree cover would be on the site. I know under 2 acres, there's really no protections that I'm aware of. Is there going to be a tree buffer along the Lead Mine Road, or what is the plan there?
So there's a requirement along the stream for the 50-foot buffer. Now, whether that's trees, I would have to check that. I'm not sure. Maybe planning staff can address that.
Mm-hmm. But nothing like right along Lead Mine Road. It would all, because what you were showing, like your building's going to be back, is you're going to have a parking lot right there?
No,
Or-
so this is the maximum that the building could be under the parking limited frontage. To go back, this actually shows that situation. So parking limited allows not more than 2 bays of parking between the building and the street, but it doesn't require parking between the building and the street. So it could be built up on Lead Mine as well.
Okay. But, I mean, really all the tree cover could it could be gone here. I know it's not much acreage, but I'm just trying to clarify that. Apart from that 50-foot buffer on the stream where there could be there would have to be some
On the eastern
vegetation.
side.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think too, this is where we have conflicts because keeping the trees there impacts sightline for, those coming out of the Fieldcrest. So
Actually, I just want to note, it wasn't the trees that was blocking the sight lines. Actually,
Okay.
it's the telephone pole and like this utility box that's really
Gotcha.
blocking it. And I don't know if there's anything that can be done about that.
it'll probably get moved in development. But, all right, we're going to close the hearing, bring it back to the table. Counselors, this is in District A. Do you need it? It's right here. There you go.
I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated February 7, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed have the same right. Motion carries unanimously. Now we have rezoning case Z7522. We have 2 people in support and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 signed up in opposition.
Right, so this is Z7522 at 3717 Edwards Mill Road. This is a request to rezone just under 2.5 acres from R4 to R6 with conditions. This is on the northwest side of Edwards Mill at the southwest corner with Carriage Drive. Marietta Court lines up with the southern boundary here. We're very close to Laurel Hills Park, just south of the Glen Eden intersection with Edwards Mill. This was converted from general use to conditional use after you received Planning Commission's recommendation. So they've added some conditions right before you took action to set the public hearing. Aerial view, so you can see the park here. You can see that to the north and northeast of this site, there are some townhouses already on the ground, and that's what folks are rezoning for here. So there's a view of the site from Edwards Mill, a view of the site from the Carriage Drive frontage. So they have limited development to no more than 25 units. They have provided for a minimum 10-foot building setback from the northern and southern property boundaries, and they provided for a 30-foot building setback from the western boundary. So the change here is a maximum, they're increasing residential density. The setbacks are modestly changing, but not significantly, but the entitlement is increasing. So this is consistent with the future land use map with the comprehensive plan overall. Number of consistent policies, no inconsistencies identified, and the Planning Commission does recommend approval. What questions could I answer for you before you open the public hearing?
Any questions from councilors? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and open the hearing. We have Attorney Worth Mills, and Matt Kirkpatrick.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Branch, members of council, Worth Mills with Longleaf Law Partners, 4509 Creedmoor Road. Here on behalf of Matt Kirkpatrick, the property owner and rezoning applicant. As Bynum stated, this is a conditional use rezoning request to amend the zoning map at 3713 Edwards Mill Road from R4 to R6, conditional use. We have capped our dwelling units at 25. We have instituted a 10-foot building setback from the north and south boundary lines and a minimum 30-foot building setback from the west boundary line. As Bynum also mentioned, this case is consistent with the future land use map's designation of low-scale residential. It is consistent with all of the policies that staff identified as relevant in the comprehensive plan, and Planning Commission did unanimously recommend approval. The site is approximately 2.4 acres, located across Edwards Mill Road from the Laurel Hills Community Center. Adjacent properties are within the Carriage Hills subdivision. This is a zoomed in view of that same aerial. The property slopes from Edwards Mill moving east to west towards a channel here that runs along these two properties to our west. Three of these properties here, this one, and this one, those remain vacant and forested today. R4 is the predominant zoning district in the immediate area, although there are zoning districts of R6 and R10 to our southwest and northeast, respectively. The future land use map identifies this property and much of the surrounding area as low-scale residential. Low-scale residential envisions a range of different housing types, including townhouses, which are permitted in the R6 district, and at a scale that generally follows the precedent set by existing housing in the area. The low-scale residential designation includes the R2, R4, and R6 zoning districts. There are townhouses within the area today. Essex at Glen Eden, which is highlighted in yellow on the screen. The nearest townhouse within that subdivision is just over 500 feet from our site. That was rezoned back in 2000. The other townhomes on the screen to the west of Essex, the Laurel Woods townhomes, Those have been in place since 2000, for approximately 20 years. There is another site right here, 4808 Laurel Hills Road, that was subdivided or had a subdivision approved in 2022 for a compact subdivision of townhouses as well. So there is a lengthy precedent of townhouses in this area, and the proposed rezoning is consistent with the range of housing types that exist in this immediate area. The property does sit between two city growth centers, the Crabtree Mall to the north and the Rex Hospital City Growth Center to the south. And we believe that it is reasonable and in the public interest for a gentle density increase along a major thoroughfare between these two city growth centers. So to recap, our rezoning, it is consistent with the future land use map. It's consistent with the 2030 comprehensive plan. It's compatible with the surrounding area, and it is reasonable and in the public interest. That said, we would request this case be held at City Council until the first meeting in March 7th, so that we can continue to work with neighbors, address some of the comments that we heard during a Zoom meeting we had with them this past Thursday. So happy to answer any questions. Greatly appreciate any feedback that you have this evening. We appreciate the time this evening. Thank you.
Definitely, thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
I have comments. Can you put the close-up, the zoomed-in of this site just really quickly? Because I do want to go over some of the resident concerns. But number one, I do want to say I've really appreciated the conversation and dialogue between residents and Longleaf. I think you guys have been a really great back and forth. I don't think we're there yet. We thank you for deferring it. We're not there, but I really appreciate the dialogue. The concern that has come up that I thought was a really, really big one is if you look at Carriage Drive here, this right across the street, that's the entrance to Laurel Hills. There's no stoplight there. So the concern is, and it was, I think, confirmed, I don't know, we're going to work on that, but we're questioning whether DOT is going to require an access off of Carriage Drive. And the concern from neighbors is because there's no left-hand turn there, the traffic is going to back up into their neighborhood. And so the walkability is not there. Currently, they're having to drive all the way around if they even want to go to Laurel Hills, when I wish they could be able to just drive across the street. So knowing that, or learning whether DOT is going to require access off of Carriage Drive just for traffic flow instead of having one, that's a big issue that we're trying to come to terms with as neighbors and as the Longleaf. So I just want to make sure that we understand that as we're looking at this. It's not just a 2.5 acre plot that's great for missing middle development. There are some true, I think, accessibility concerns with this site that I hope we can come to agreement on, but I just wanted to lift that up so that everyone understands what the neighbors are most concerned about.
Councilmember Jones, I appreciate that. And I can offer some additional context to the accessibility question and where a driveway might be located. I've reached out to NCDOT, to two members whose responsibility includes this area. They prefer to see an access off of Carriage as opposed to Edwards Mill, based in their analysis was due to safety concerns for vehicles making full movement turns from the site off of Edwards Mill. It's been our intention up to this point to locate a driveway off of Edwards Mill, but given this kind of update from NCDOT, we need to kind of recalibrate how we think we can move residents in and out of the property. Mm-hmm. And happy to share more with council members offline about those conversations as well.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for that. You're here, you've been waiting all night, you have 8 minutes. You have 13 of you signed up, so I'll let you determine who's speaking and just. Oh, right. Right. So what I was going to say is I'll let you all determine who speak. Just say your name and just remember it's 8 minutes.
We can talk fast. Okay. To begin, I am Pat Lee, and I do live on Carriage Drive. And I just want to give you, my first part is to give you a little bit about the heart of our Carriage Hills subdivision. My husband and I have lived at 3505 Carriage Drive for almost 40 years. Like other neighbors, we have had so many great memories of raising our 2 children there, and now there are younger families who are moved into the neighborhood with children both in school and in strollers. We take joy in seeing them walking through our peaceful streets, and how they could ever have an entrance or exit from our little drive. From my home, there's not that much room up to Edwards Mill to put that. I don't know how you're going to do it. I have said in other situations, our neighborhood is not against townhomes and other multiple family communities, but many Carriage Hills homes have existed here at least for 65 years, and this building project, even though it fronts Edwards Mill Road, is truly right in the middle of single-family homes due to the large size of the lot. As that happened in other cases, if it has, it's a shame. The development up to 2 or more stories high will be right next to the home of an elderly mom and her grown daughter. Most of the site of my home's property line is adjacent to the Lot 5 property with a tree line between, and then 5 more homes off of 2 cul-de-sacs touch the back of the property in varying degrees. I'm only trying to describe to you that we are a small, close, friendly neighborhood. I just wanted you to picture what we're talking about here. Add to the picture that directly across Edwards Mill from the entrance to our neighborhood is that wonderful all-children's Laurel Hill City Park with only one entrance. Coming and going from that park is already a challenge, but children and parents still attempt to cross Edwards Mill from Carriage Drive where there's no traffic light. We now wonder if actual risks will be taken by these families. We already try to run across Edwards Mill that use this park for their growing children, whether they're in a car or on foot. When we add other townhome owners in their cars, we can only begin to imagine. I have so often said that Carriage Hills has been the best place I could have imagined living and raising my children, with the protection of our little circle, almost with seclusion from the busyness of Crabtree Mall and more traffic on Edwards Mill. We're just asking you to try to help us preserve as many of this neighborhood's blessings as possible. We know change is coming, but can you find a way to just help our neat little streets actually, with so many trees and homes that we've loved and nurtured for 40, 50, 60 years. I have to think you care about people loving to live in Raleigh. As you listen to the next speakers, please think of any support that you can give us.
Hello, thank you for your service. My name's Elizabeth Berngardt, and I've been a homeowner in Carriage Hills at 3613 Old Post Road since 1990. I'll give you a little background. Carriage Hill was originally farmland owned by Mr. Gus Hionis. The original residents of Carriage Hills tell us that Mr. Hionis had wanted only single-family homes on the property he sold, and we found proof of that, including required real estate filings, proof of his intentions and wishes. So back in the 1960s, Hionis sold all except his own lot number 5, the lot in question tonight. With his influence, the neighborhood's covenants were then created with the developers. They are still legally applicable to every other lot in Carriage Hill today. These original covenants state, quote, "No building shall be erected, altered, placed, or permitted to remain on any residential lot other than one detached single-family home," end quote. As more proof, the covenants filed in the Wake County Real Estate Records, Book 1697, page 428, clearly states, quote, "Lots 1 through 54, that includes Lot 5, as shown on the subdivision map of record," end quote. And that is referring to the covenant. Years passed until Mr. Hionis sold his own lot number 5. Now we've been told the covenant does not apply to that sale because a certain document with his signature cannot be found. We're sure that this was simply an oversight or a lost document. We've also been told that there's nothing we can do about that now. After the sale, Mr. Hionis moved to a lot almost directly across Edwards Mill Road, and he lived there until he passed away. Mr. Hionis' son and granddaughter live there now, and they're here tonight with the other residents. I'm going to go ahead and let him speak now.
Good evening. My name is Mark Gasparo. Me and my wife, we live at 3600 Lantern Place, which is on the backside of this said property. Our understanding tonight is that NCDOT prefers that the vehicular access be via carriage drive. This is a bad and unsafe idea. All parties are in full agreement in not having an ingress and egress from carriage drive, and that such ingress and egress only occur via Edwards Mill Road. Having an access installed via carriage drive will disrupt the flow of the Carriage Hills neighborhood and directly and negatively impact pedestrian vehicular safety. With only 90 feet of property touching Carriage Hills side, such ingress-egress would occur practically right at the intersection with Edwards Mill Road and also potentially affect and disrupt traffic flow from the Loras Hill Community Center and Park. This entrance would also directly across someone else's driveway, 3500 Carriage Drive. If this were installed at Carriage Drive, it would have resulted in increased traffic through Carriage Drive. It's already a relatively narrow street, back street, quiet, beautiful neighborhood where children play, residents walk their pets, take leisurely strolls. It is important to note that Carriage Drive has no sidewalks, which is fine so long as traffic does not increase. But what happens to safety when there is an increase in traffic? So we are in full agreement with the developer and not having access, and we ask that you relay these concerns to NCDOT for their strong consideration. The other issue I'll bring up tonight, and I realize time is running out, this is the big one, setbacks and properties. In the application, the property developer, Mr. Kirkpatrick, in the rezoning application, proposed a 10-foot setback on the adjoining north and south sides. These are woefully inadequate. This would potentially place structures too close to the boundaries for neighboring residents. There should be more setbacks required, such as a bare minimum of 30 feet. Therefore, we are asking council to not accept the rezoning applications until such setbacks are stipulated. 30 feet is what we're asking. Finally, 10% tree conservation. We ask the council for more than that if possible. I do have one question. R6, it says it's up to 25 units. How did you come up with that, that R6 is required for 25 units? Is there a calculation with that?
So thank you for the question, and thank you. I'm going to ask staff if they could help, because we don't calculate the units. Can staff, any way you can address that?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. Pat Young with Planning and Development. There's a calculation that identifies the amount of land required for each townhouse unit. So that amount of land times the site acreage got to the 25 units. So 25 units would be the max. I want to rely on Bynum or another teammate to give me what that number is. That there's one townhouse allowed per increment of land, and I'll have to get that right back to you.
Okay, thank you. So.
Account what, sir?
Terrain.
Terrain. Not explicitly, no, because there can be grading with certain limitations.
So they've offered to limit the units to 25. They're saying they would build no more than 25 based on analysis that we do for all zoning cases to make decisions about whether or not traffic studies are required. the projection was that
25
potentially they could develop more than 25, so they've limited themselves to no more than that.
Okay. I have a question for staff, briefly. It's really follow-up. It's around the transit NCDOT part. I'm looking at Paul because I don't see Michael. Okay, or Travis. What's the likelihood of addressing the NCDOT because they control Edwards Mills? So,
Right. The NCDOT controls access to Edwards Mill and it has to be applied to for a driveway permit. City standard would also direct access here. And I'm going to describe the reasons for that a little bit. Edwards Mill is a pretty high-speed street. I think the speed limit's 45 miles an hour. And what you don't see on this, do we have a slightly more zoomed out? If you go to the slide previous. Yeah, this is pretty useful. So we have this cul-de-sac street driveway here, and putting our spacing standard is 300 feet along a major street from another intersection. This lot is less than 300 feet long, so the best we can get is 150 in either direction. That ends up making it more challenging on Carriage and the park to have another driveway in close proximity. One of the things that was mentioned was the lack of a traffic signal here. This is actually a good location, planning-wise, for us to consider to put a traffic signal, given the spacing to the other signal and the next intersection where one might be in the future. To my knowledge, we have not actually studied if a signal would be warranted here, so that's something I think staff could follow up on to do that warrant analysis and see what's happening. If there were additional trips on the side street, that can often be the triggering that pushes us to put a traffic signal there, where if we prohibit access to the side street, then we're adding more trips and making it less balanced, and therefore it's harder to get a traffic signal there. So there is the idea of prohibiting access to Carriage kind of works at cross purposes towards the goal of getting a traffic signal at that intersection. But to be clear, the driveway spacing standards don't purely get met on either side. It's closer on Carriage, and it's less of a safety issue to have that on Carriage because of the lower speed nature of that street. I hope that addresses some of the concerns and answers your questions.
It helps provide me information. Councilor Milton.
What can be built by right today on R4? I'm assuming this is in some sort of high transit area, right? Because the 26 bus stops like right at the corner of this site.
So
I was curious what by right could be built.
by right, I believe it's 16 attached, so duplex units.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it now an appropriate time to say something, or?
Right.
Oh, I was just going to add, follow up on the resident's question. I think it also informs this. For R4, the current zoning, it's 1 unit per 10,000 square feet. For R6, it's 1 unit per 6,000 square feet. So basically, it's taking it from about 16 units to somewhere near 27, but the applicant's limiting it to 25.
Can I just say something? If this rezoning case is denied or it gets pulled, I mean, they can build 16 duplexes anyway. And I appreciate the work that Councilmember Jones is doing, trying to find consensus with the neighbors and the applicant. I will just say I'm on Google Maps or Earth. There's bike lanes here, there's sidewalks here, there's a park across the street, there's a bus stop that hopefully will be back to 30-minute frequency soon. You got townhomes all around this area. And, I'm sensitive to some of the comments I'm hearing, but I also we got to stop talking like people that want to live in attached houses need to be somehow buffered from single family, that somehow they need to be spaced differently. Townhomes are how most people, young professionals, families, most people start out. And we got to make room for people. And so I just do not agree with this idea that we need big setbacks between the single family homes. These are 2-story townhomes. I mean, there was a comment of this is going to be a 2-story building. There's 2-story buildings in this neighborhood. And so I have to push back on that narrative that townhomes need to be treated differently. We need to have bigger setbacks. They can already build 16 duplexes. So if there's not a path forward on this case, that's probably what's going to end up here. And then there's going to be no setbacks. There's going to be no discussion about what happens with DOT. And so I think we got to be careful what we wish for.
I'd just like to respond. I don't think that anyone has said that they don't want townhomes. I want to make sure that's clear, that there's no narrative saying that townhomes are bad. My concerns here are the safety, because yes, there may be bike lanes, there may be a bus stop there, but if you've been at that intersection, no one's going to cross that. No one is. And so I think putting concerns and real effort into making sure that we're addressing that concern, aside from the fact that there's a bus stop, that's great, and we can have that access. But this specific corner or intersection is dangerous, and we need to address that as well.
So I think you all made valid points. The applicant has asked that we hold this until March the 7th. So I move that we hold this until March the 7th at our city council meeting. And this will be during the day. This will be in the afternoon session, not the evening session of March 7th. So that's my motion. It's been moved and properly second to hold this open until March the 7th. It would be, well, it would be a special item.
Oh, so you want it in the afternoon?
I think,
So you already have an afternoon public hearing on March 7th.
right.
I would encourage you to leave the public hearing open because that's a good amount of time from now. And, you know, you'd be near the end of the window when the applicant could make revisions and you all could have some dialogue. So just advise you leave that hearing
Yeah.
open.
So the goal is to keep it open.
But
That
you
was the
can
motion.
certainly specify if you wanted to come in the afternoon or the
Yeah.
evening. You have that discretion.
I want to say afternoon because the main thing this is around is really, I think, it's the DOT piece and working that out. And that gives them time to work that out before it comes back to us. So,
I just wanted it clarified.
yeah. So that is the motion. It was properly second by Councilor Milton. All those in favor say aye. Those against have the same right. All right. Thank you. Thank you all for staying with us and coming out tonight. Thank you so much. We have our last rezoning for tonight. There's no opposition. Z7622 Jones Franklin Road in District D.
Yes, sir. This is a request to rezone about 2/3 of an acre from R4 to OX3. This is a general use request. There are no conditions. The site also has SHOD 1 and the Swift Creek Watershed Protection Overlay District. Planning Commission, and those would remain in place, and Planning Commission recommends approval. So this is the northeast corner of Dillard and Jones Franklin. We're right up against Cary here. We've really hit the breadth of Raleigh tonight from Knightdale to Cary. So here's that site on the south side of 40. You can see this is east of the Crossroads Shopping Center and Cary, sort of halfway between Crossroads and Dillard Elementary School. A couple of views of the site. There's a single-family structure. What it was developed as a single-family use initially. So what is changing here? The maximum number of units would increase, and then they're adding office and retail entitlement, potentially as much as just over 27,000 square feet of office and conceivably as much as about 7,000 square feet of retail. OX3 is inconsistent with low-scale residential, but this is consistent with the plan overall, even though it's inconsistent with future land use map. So a handful of consistent policies. That future land use map is inconsistent here. And then this policy about zoning of annexed land. So this probably requires, I'm guessing it's in the ETJ and not in the corporate limits. Nonetheless, Planning Commission recommends approval. What questions can I answer for you before you hear from the representative of the property owner?
Any questions? We'll open the hearing. Is the applicant, is he still here? Yeah, you can come on down. You have 8 minutes per side. You do not have to use it all if you choose not to. There's no opposition.
I see the exhaustion in everyone's eyes, I promise.
I will not take 8 minutes. Good evening, almost good morning. My name is Ahmad O'Day. My father is the landowner. His name is Jamal O'Day. He's been a practicing CPA for probably a little under 20 years now in Raleigh, North Carolina, small business owner. He's an immigrant as well. And our current office is off of Hillsborough Street in Raleigh. And over the years, it's just gotten a lot busier. And he wanted to make the transition into Cary, just a little, Cary, Raleigh, it's on the border. He just wanted a little quieter, a little less traffic. The office itself does not have a lot of traffic. I know there's Dillard Middle and Elementary just next door, and that shouldn't conflict with their traffic as well. And yeah, we'd really appreciate the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from counselors? I will close the hearing and bring it back to council.
Yeah, I'm ready to motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated February 7th, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Second.
I'll let the clerk figure out who seconded that, but it was. And all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed have the same right. Motion carries unanimously. That is our last case. We are now adjourned. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.